Stay connected through The Link. Each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
When it's black, take a little time to hold yourself. Take a little time to feel around before it's gone. You won't let go, but you still keep on falling down. Remember how you save me now from all of my wrong. Yeah, till this love will feel it, till this love will see it. This is no time to be alone, alone. Yeah, I won't let you go. Say those words like there's nothing else. Close your eyes and you might believe that there is somewhere. Ooh, open up your heart to me now. Let it all come pouring out. There's nothing I can't take. Till this love will feel it, till this love will see it. It's no time to be alone, alone. Yeah, I won't let you go. Till your sky is falling, just take my hand and hold it. You don't have to be alone, alone. Yeah, I won't let you go. And if you feel the fading of the light, you're too weak to carry on the fight. And all your friends that you count on have disappeared. Yeah, I'll be here now, darling, forever holding on. Yeah, till this love will feel it, till this love will see it. It's no time to be alone, alone. Yeah, I won't let you go. Till your sky is falling, just take my hand and hold it. You don't have to be alone, alone. Yeah, I won't let you go. Whoa, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Whoa, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I won't let you go.
Stay connected through The Link. Each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
standing on my own 2 feet. Getting used to the fact that you're not lying next to me. Late night attractions distract me from what used to be. I'm sure you've heard it all before, but the situation felt so right. How you were not on my mind now, and as she crawls into my head, I fall for it, and after everything I said, I could have ever, you should never fall for it, fall for it, fall for it. You should have seen it coming. I'm not perfect. After all, I'm only human. Far from it. I won't make up a reason to be on your mind. You won't take up any more of my precious lines. No, 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 no. 'Cause we both know I'm not your reason and you're not my right. Well, I'm sure you've heard this all before, but the situation feels so right. How I'm not on your mind now, and if I crawl into your head, you'll fall for it. Can't think of someone else instead. 'Cause if I never, you'll forever fall for it, fall for it, fall for it. You should have seen it coming. I'm not perfect. After all, I'm only human. Far from it. Yeah, yeah. I could have ever, you should never fall for it, fall for it.
Così uli die sombranzelten maak et zu te saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas Duretin todo em memu a nogi distancia kumukupugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatula noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanny bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa giluk tanu man libri sentamiti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria A big islas en para Paraiona, Parai gloria, a viva isla
riding Mike one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from dirty dough and back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in Mike one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from dirty dough and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. For me, soldier rise, come and fight to this down. Feeling alive, I and I reggae paradise. For me, soldier rise, come and fight to this down. Feeling alive, I and I reggae paradise. Every time we jam and I, you know we got that vibe now. Rastafari, I and I, we dancing to this world now. Fuji man or Rasta man, you know we breaking it down now. Fuji man or Rasta man, you know we break it down now.
Every different mode, so I almost work for the praise.
What so let's say?
What a chick be new, then the boys be worse than the bees.
So let be. I wanna ride in Mike one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from dirty going back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in Mike one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from dirty going back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down.
BAOTOMANUA, let's go. I'm 11 and over giving them hits while we flow. Each and every track we dropping by my clock. Let it blow, blow it till it blow the city, burn it till it burn it down. I'm feeling a rhythmic won't stand top, I live by the pound. So hold me down, hold me down, hold me down. Cause the guys now that me smoking keep me lifted off the ground. We have killers coming after us, they come from all around. With the new expansion to this group instead we're broken down. I'm a living while I'm living in Samoa, I will pray. Only there I know may come true. Every day oh Pumanu apango pango listen I return. So bring us that beat back.
I wanna ride in Mike one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from dirty dough and back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in Mike one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from dirty dough and back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I'm a last minute member, I'm being introduced. When you're vibing all the rhythms, it is me you should accuse. You show me funny faces, thought I was a joke. But now I'm jamming with my boys, Ben Woodson and Otto. Don't really care, don't really know. Cause now I'm showing all the people that we got the flow. I wanna ride in Mike one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from dirty dough and back to zero down. Make up from zero down. Zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride.
Good morning.
You gave Joe Sir all of like 3 seconds to run out there and like said, and again he got locked out of the building.
He's on it though. He's on it.
Because you know what he normally does, right?
Yeah.
He goes out there and we try not to show this, but he goes out and there's like a big trash can.
Yeah.
That normally by this time is like filled because like the previous nights and everything.
Right,
and he
right.
uses that to brace the door.
Right, as a door stopper.
Yeah. Joe Sir is the sir. Turn the camera around on yourself so people can see, please.
He's like, no.
let me have it because there.
He a dick.
This guy is the epitome of multitasking.
That's
you guys.
it. That's it. Yep.
And he's getting all the hearts here. See, Chris, okay. I'm the goofy one. Chris asked like the serious question. Joe Sir is like the ratings machine.
Right on, Joe Sir. Thank you so much. He does the ones and twos here, which is kind of funny because he's also back during the regular time before the COVID. He was what we call a club DJ, right?
Yeah. Well,
Are you still DJing? You have any gigs yet? Not yet. Yeah.
Okay, when things go back to normal, Joe Sir is available for work.
Yeah, he's going to be doing a
Parties, christenings, bar mitzvahs.
Yep, you get your Joe Sir malfunction package deal.
So Joe will spin the records and you'll MC.
Yeah.
And I'll set up the chairs.
That's right. All right.
And Bree can do your
Real bake.
Yeah.
She's the baker.
She'll do your. Oh.
Yep.
Okay, we got a challenge here. Linda Marie Perez has a funny comment. She goes, "Chris Malfunction, that Luna Tarzan wannabe."
Yeah, day. Hey, it's 6:25.
Because you kind of had a.
Yeah, I was feeling it this morning, Joe. Yesterday, I had a little anxiety because he went outside and he got stuck outside, and I was like, "Oh my god," because I feel like I'm underwater when I'm doing that, and I'm waiting for Joe to come in to get the little behind-the-scenes stuff for you guys. Good morning.
Speaking of which, we should remind people that it was about a year ago that Chris and I stepped out of the room because we had a guest outside, and then Chris had to go wash his hands or use the bathroom or something like that, and then the door to the studio, just in the building, closed, and Joe Sir and Sabrina got locked in the room.
Yeah,
So,
That
sir,
was
do you have your
funny.
Leatherman on you? Of course you do.
that was funny.
So Joe Sir's gonna show. Okay, this is not Swiss Army knife, you guys.
No, this is the Islander Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, get a shot of that, Joe. Okay, Leatherman for days.
Yep.
Joe Sir breaks this thing out. I mean, he's
He's got chopsticks in that thing.
Okay, I just when you and I got locked out of the room, mind you, we're on the show, and Sabrina was like, and we looked in the window over here, and we're like, Bree, stretch.
And also, nobody knows how to run the board in here except me.
Yeah.
So that was funny.
Oh, Mama Bear goes, Joe Sir is the man.
That was the Tatomona Jay that locked us out.
Yeah, but so basically we're like, okay, this could escalate into something really weird, really fast. So Joe Sir broke out that Leatherman, his multi-tool, and we just thought he was gonna pick the lock. He disassembled the entire door.
Right. Yep. Way to go. Good guy to have around. It's 6:26, Thursday, April 22nd. This is the link, and it's proudly brought to you by East West Rental. You want to mix it up? Cement mixer. Maybe you're laying a driveway.
Speaking of hot mix,
Right. Ditch diggers, generators, air compressors. They
have
got
you ever
all.
mixed concrete?
Yeah, of course. You?
I've mixed paint.
It's fun to mix concrete because you get the wet and then you flip it over, and then when it starts to get all the dry is gone and it starts to mix up, it's a good feeling.
Have you ever spackled?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Where was I again? Thanks, Jay.
East West Rental. our
East West
friends.
Rental. That's right. Yeah. They can mix it for you. They got this. They got the gear.
And you know what? They'll actually give you advice too. They don't just say, "Okay, well, what do you want?"
Yeah.
Cut me a check. Thank you. Have a nice day. We'll see you. They
guys are
actually
lucky.
tell you how to do it.
Because my grandpa had never heard of East West Rental. Never heard of it. So whenever there's a project, we were the East West Rental. So go check them out, man. Also, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier, for my aircon babies at 647. Cool. While your aircon's working overtime in this heat, it has been so hot.
I went exercising yesterday at
Whoa.
around 3:15.
What?
Yeah.
What? Huh? What? You went exercising?
Yeah, I was charbroiled afterwards.
What? You were charbroiled?
Yeah.
Man, that sounds like a Pokemon. So what kind of exercise did you do, my friend?
Just some cardio. I went walking around and stuff. But yeah, I was pretty
Where
gassed
at?
afterwards. Just here in Harmon.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what, at the complex?
Yeah, the fitness trail.
Nice. Good for you, man. What was that like?
I go when there's not a lot of people, but even when there are people, everybody's, they're wearing their masks. And I mean, we realize it's a free resource. It's what, Parks and Rec provides us. Everybody takes care of the place. They don't trash it. They don't, tear out in the parking lot. And
Let me ask you this, Jay. So when you go walking at somewhere like the Dedito Sports Complex Fitness Trail, as a walker, are you expecting everyone there walking to be wearing their mask?
Yeah, and the majority of the people do. And everybody kind of, they really, I mean, you get
go
groups-
around?
Yeah, there's families and there's couples and everything like that, and they walk together. But when everybody sees somebody else coming, you might actually walk off the trail and take the long way around just to avoid somebody, or or people just pick up the pace just so they can whisks by somebody.
Yeah, I walked the dog
drafting.
in Tumon the other day, and I noticed that there's a lot of people running, and of course, you don't want to wear a mask when you're running.
Oh, I do. No, I do all the
No,
time.
I know. So I was walking the dog, and I just wore the mask because I feel like I was like the guy who was like, "Stay home, wear your mask." So I feel like if I go out and I'm not wearing a mask, people are gonna be like, "Hey, weren't you the wear your mask guy?" But it kind of turns in. What I like about wearing the mask is it turns any activity into like a workout. You know what I mean? So walking the dog when I wear this mask, it's like I'm doing the high altitude training.
Wait, and is it that mask you're wearing today?
I
'Cause
was wearing this one.
That's the microfiber.
Well, the other one like this. Yeah, this is the
it's,
microfiber.
it's thick. Yeah.
Yeah, it's thick.
Yeah, and it's meant to actually really prevent
Yeah.
your breath going out and stuff coming in.
Yeah,
I
and-
wore this kind. This is like the surgical mask. Which
That
is,
one's more breathable, right? A little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah. Yeah.
But I always and pro tip, life hack, everybody. If you plan to go out and do some cardio, you might want to use like gargle with like scope or like because I did that the other day after I had like onions for lunch and I waited an hour just to digest and I went out and I was like, woo, circulation.
The forensics. Oh, what did I have today?
I could not wait for that workout to be over.
Yeah. So when you wear the mask and you walk the dog, it's like going running. It's 6:30.
How does your dog like being out and like in the fresh air and
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little embarrassing when he poos right there in Tumon, but 6:31. It's April 22nd.
your dog said the same thing about you. I recall one time.
Good morning, guys. In full Zoom, Nestor and Kanto had a great one. We might play a chunk of that today. We've also got a great segment, Harlem Hikes, where they go to Fuha. And then our very own Tyler Mantonani interviewed Dr. Felix Cabrera on the path to have and where we are now. We've got Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King. Okay, and the show also brought to you by IT&E.
Yeah, May 1st is just next Friday.
That's crazy. And our friends at Jack in the Box as well, where you can get the curly fries. We're doing curly fries this week. There's never a bad time, actually. To enjoy Jack in the Box's newest sauced and loaded curly fries, the new slow smoked bacon available in 2 flavors, triple cheddar. I think Joe and I are team triple cheddar.
Well,
Jay's-
that's good because
Yeah.
I'm all about pepper jack.
Jay's team spicy pepper jack.
Okay, we got as we always do, and we so appreciate the Link family sending us their greetings everywhere you are. Make sure you tag like where you guys are, everybody, because Joy Vanessa Boleto Guerrero, top of the morning to you, Link crew.
Top of the morning.
Are you in Ireland?
I
That'd be
am.
awesome.
Are you in the Emerald Isle?
The Isle of Wight.
Bena Luanduenas, Buenas, first one in this morning. Rosemary Laguatnia, good morning, team.
Somebody beat Rosemary to the punch.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that
Jen-
doesn't happen often.
Jen Tidegui, half a day from Vancouver, Washington.
I got Gloria Guerrero saying, "Good morning, KUM. I'm watching from Barrigada."
Nice. Elizabeth Aggie, good morning from Eva Beach, Hawaii. Linda Cundiff is watching. Chamarita Regis, Sin City in the house. Half a day, good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Joser, Dolores, Anthony, Pangolina, and Santos. Half a day, AIDS, and Buenas from San Diego, California.
Linda Marie Perez says again. She goes, "Joser, that's a MacGyver knife."
For real.
I don't even think MacGyver had that knife.
No, I didn't.
I don't even think Crocodile Dundee had that. You want to see a knife? That's a knife. No, Joser. Okay, Joser. I would take Joser's Leatherman over Crocodile Dundee, and this is how serious I am, and over John Rambo's knife in First Blood. That was a big knife. Remember that?
Right.
When Rambo broke that out, I was like, wait, has he got a hacksaw? I was like, no, that's a knife. And remember, like, the sale of knives went up after Rambo came out? Like, everybody wanted one of those.
Right, yeah. I'm
It's
scared of
so
knives.
cool. You, like, unscrew, like, the handle and everything, and you got, like, a first aid kit. You got,
Right,
like, you know,
yep.
your
There's
compass.
a TV remote.
Yeah, you got matches.
Anita Maternity Blas Mikhail, good morning, Sabrina, Jason, and Chris. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis writes, missing you, Sabrina Salas Mentanani. Joey Vanessa Boleto Guerrero again, top of the morning from Ireland to Italy with Roberto Fracassini, who writes in Buongiorno, Guam.
We are going all over Europa.
We are. What do we got here? Bev Test, Jay Solis, good morning from Chalampago.
Okay, well, Linda actually says where she's from. She's giving us a shout out from Birandan Curve in Dedito, right up the street from us.
There you go.
Very nice.
Rose Beneventi, good morning, Rose, with her Earth Day every day emoji.
Oh, yeah. I want to see, where are all my people from Machechi and Mogfog? I know you guys are out there. My entire senior year was spent like on Machechi because like all my friends, like we hung out there. We made our senior year float for homecoming.
So you were part of the Machechi boys?
No, I mean, I hung out with those guys, but I mean, they're, you know, the Machechi crew is very, very tight knit. I know those guys. They still hang out together now.
Wow.
And whereas before they would make like, they'd be making like a skate, you know, like half pipes and everything like that. They'd make it themselves, and then they started working on cars after high school and everything.
Wow.
Now they're all on Twitch and they play video games.
That's crazy.
But all the Machichi boys, like those guys, still hang out all together. I mean, they're best of friends.
6:34. Who's coming on the show today? Oh boy, guess what, guys? I got lunch today, by the way. I want to thank you guys just because you've been working so hard, especially Joe sir with all the camera angles. Jay, you know, since Bree's gone, you really stepped it up, man, and I want to reward you by taking care of lunch today.
Wow, your benevolence is off the charts.
I'm just saying, you know, I got to give back sometimes. Got to give back. So we're getting GCC's Culinary Academy.
Wow.
Yeah, they're doing Thai. It's Thai today, guys.
Okay, and this week it is going to be Thai. Because
It
remember
is.
last week?
Last week we were like, it was Thai, but it's really Indonesian.
We had this 2-minute.
About Thai.
Let's call it an appetizer.
Yeah.
Haha. See what I did there?
Yeah.
And we said, the culinary, the arts and the colors and the flavors and the
Right.
spices of Thailand. And they're like, no. Indonesia. We looked at Bree. We're like, really, Bree? Because she had us all set up for Thai.
But, dude, that Indonesian lunch.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Oh, man. They had these like meatballs in there, right?
The curry meatballs.
Yep, it was awesome. So yeah, GCC Culinary, they're coming on with a bunch of the students, and then we get some free lunches. I mean, I'm gonna pay for our lunches today with Thai, and we'll get Chef Paul in here too. And then Catherine Castro, Guam Chamber. Always good to catch up with her and find out like how is everyone doing now that everything's at 75%. Kind of looks like there's a lot of money being made out there. I mean, just outside looking in. Traffic in and out of businesses, just you go to the store, it's like packed, right? So
I'm also wondering what Kathy's going to say because the juxtaposition of that is like, you know, somewhat alarming news. Like last night, I'm going to get into this when I read the news, but 13 positive cases last night.
yeah, we're getting it. We're going to talk about that. And there was 10 the day before.
Second
on
straight
Monday.
day we've had double digits, and
Right.
it's been months since we've been down that road.
Correct, yeah. We're also getting Mark Mendiola, the Education Board Chair. 9 o'clock. They're doing it this year. Jump for Justice with, we'll have Chief Judge Francis Technical Gateway to the District Court. Just a whole bunch of people coming on. And then we'll catch up as they just released the schedules for the fourth quarter sports, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So Al Garrido's coming on,
Yes.
the head of ISA.
Right.
Yeah. And Al's, you know, if you know Al, you used to work with Al at PDN, right? You
Yeah,
guys
I
were in the
did.
sports department.
Yep, good guy.
He's been an athlete. He went off and he was teaching in Okinawa for several years. He
Right.
came back to the island. You know, he grew up here. He went to school here. Was a coach for many, many years. He actually built the volleyball program at St. Paul's into, you know, the powerhouse it continues to be. And now he's an administrator, and he's actually running the organization that dictates like all the sports.
Yeah, but he's going over to GCC.
Is he? Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't- Oh, he was involved in the charter school for a year or two too.
Right. So I texted him yesterday. I was like, hey, come on about the schedule. And he's like, "Man, I'm doing an interview with Dave. And I was like, yeah, just come on after. And he's like, yeah, I get to say adieu to everyone. And I was like, what do you mean? He goes, yeah, I'm not sure how many media interviews I'm going to be doing at GCC. So
Wow, I didn't know that.
there you go.
Wow. And I've said this before. For those of you who remember Al, like maybe in the early '90s, he had like the lowrider truck of all lowriders. The front was lowered, and then the back he had like tires that were like 3 times bigger than
Right.
they need to be. So the
Yeah,
back was actually
right.
up.
So when you drive that, you feel like you're falling off your chair.
Yeah, he had a sick lowrider. We'll see if we can talk to him about that. Last time I
Yeah.
came up and he's like, I don't want to talk about my
Yeah,
lowrider."
yeah, yeah. John Ray Uggan. I wonder how Uggan, the Carabao, the fundraiser worked out. Of course, good morning from God's country. Got stimulus, not me yet. I know.
Some of the ladies over at Circle K, when I stopped at the gas station this morning, they were asking about the stimulus too, and they were like, you know, I thought it was going to be in line with when I filed my taxes, and like a very, very wonderful, sweet lady up at
Yeah.
Circle K today. She's like, you know, I filed on February 17th, and I'm still waiting.
Right. Well, if you're still waiting, I'm trying to get Daphne on. She came on last week and gave just a lot of info. And, of course, this week we started the news that they've already paid out
$200 million.
$200 million. $200 million.
But for a lot of people, it's like, okay, if you say you've processed $200 million and you say you've cut the checks and you say the checks are in the mail, a lot of our people are like, you know, I'm not going to believe it until I have cash in hand.
Right,
And
yeah.
they're not just being jerks about it. They're like, I got bills to pay. I got to live.
There's some direct deposit, too, going on. But, you know, a friend of mine had said that the direct deposit, but then when they went to go check the account, so I don't know what the time is and how long it takes to process that deposit. But I'm old-fashioned. I like to touch my money. which hasn't come. We haven't got the stimulus yet, but they do it. I believe they do it by order of when you filed your taxes, right? They do.
Yeah, because I got mine about a week and a half ago, but I filed my taxes the first day, like you could.
Of course you did.
I filed on February 12th.
Of course you did.
Yeah, look, if you go in the dictionary and you look up like the definition of anally retentive, there's like a picture of me.
Right,
and then see this guy.
And then go look up OCD, and it's like, see, anally retentive. Nice. Good. Okay, let's go ahead and get to work. You guys ready?
Time to punch in.
Let's go. Let's punch in. Man, I got to tell you what kind of morning I'm having, though, is I made me a really nice cup of coffee with my Ovaltine in my little Yeti container. And it got to left the house. We're like rounding Turtle Cove, went to reach for my cup of coffee, left it at home.
Oh. Wait, can you just, I mean, your beloved mother is on island now. I
Yes.
mean, she came from the States. She's going to be here for a little while, right?
Yes.
You said off the air yesterday, you said that she actually took the liberty of making coffee yesterday.
Yeah.
And
My
what was
mom-
your reaction when you
my
had that
mom-
first sip of Mama's coffee?
Yeah, my mom's coffee.
Antigo.
Like, if you guys are struggling with crystal methamphetamine out there, quit that and come try my mom's coffee.
Oh.
Totally legal. I mean, this stuff, it'll put hair in your chest. I mean, even if you're a woman. Even if you're a woman. It's like, what do they call it back in the, they used to call it mud because it's thick and it's just, like one of my mom's cup of coffee, you could put water and stretch it to make 3 cups of coffee.
But see, that is the funny thing. It's like, you know, kids these days, coffee is like such like, it's a social thing.
Yeah.
And it's a social media thing. So
They
people
forget
are,
the functionality of it.
yeah, I had my 7th cup of coffee today. You know, I've been to Starbucks, I've been to Dunkin' Donuts, I've been to, you know, whatever. But back then, like, you know, our parents, our uncles, our grandparents, it was like you make 1 cup of coffee. It's insanely strong. You have that in the morning, and then you go off to the job site. You, you know, go
Feed
to
the
work
chickens, do whatever.
1
Right.
cup of coffee will do you for the entire day.
Just let me explain. So, like, with my grandparents, like, coffee was very hard to get because of the war.
Yeah.
So, if you ever see our Monomco and how for them, like, drinking their coffee in the morning it's a ritual, really, you know, because they remember back, like, man, we didn't always have this. So, cheers, guys. Enjoy your coffee.
Okay, real quick,
Yes.
can I get a shout out for my brother Jojo Blas? Happy 67th birthday in America's finest city in San Diego. That's coming from Anita McHale. So,
All right, you guys ready, Joe?
67th birthday. Here we go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Jojo Blas.
Celebrating your 67th birthday and also everyone else whose birthday is today.
Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you.
Achoo.
May the dear Lord bless you.
Achoo,
May the dear Lord bless Jojo Blas, who's celebrating 67th birthday.
And everyone else who's having their birthday today, too.
Happy birthday to you. You know, we need Sabrina here.
Yeah.
We are way more baritone.
We're sounding kind of like Joseph Augustine, Will Castro, and Clint Rogel in the legislature when they used to.
we need Bree to bring the high part.
Right, yeah. Hey, 643, guys, this is the link. Good morning.
Happy birthday, Jojo.
Good morning, morning. With the very latest for Sabrina Salas Mantanani, Jason Salas.
All right, thanks so much. And Hafide, and good morning, everybody. And in very serious news, the Joint Information Center reported last night that out of 340 test samples taken on Tuesday, 13 came back positive for COVID-19. 13 out of 340, everybody. This does bring the total of officially reported cases of coronavirus to 7,897 since last March. There are 136 deaths in our island community. 67 people are actively isolating right now, and 7,700 people exactly have recovered from the virus. The COVID hospital census shows that 3 of our fellow Guamanians are currently hospitalized, so please pray for them for their recovery. Accordingly, the CAR score has increased by 0.3 of a point. The other day it was 0.3. A couple days ago it went up to 0.5. Today, the island's COVID area score is 0.8. Well, on the vaccination side, you can now register online to be vaccinated this week through Saturday or next Tuesday through Saturday. You want to visit KUAM.com/vaccination, and we put all the links there. You can even scan the QR code, and you can book an appointment for you or your loved ones to be vaccinated. Guamanians ages 16 and 17 needing the first dose of Pfizer, or those 18 and older needing dose 1 of Moderna, are 100% eligible, along with other people needing the second dose of either Pfizer or Moderna. Vaccines for those, or for the next week, Vaccination clinic will be held at 11 a.m. to 5:30 in the afternoon. And do remember, as we always say on this show, if you need a second dose, you can get it up to 4 days in advance of when your schedule says you need dose number 2. All right, let's go back to the newsroom now and check in with our very own Peter Santos for a look at Island News headlines on this Thursday morning, right here on The Link.
Afternoon, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. There may have been a 20% increase in COVID cases since last week. However, Public Health's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Felix Cabrera, is putting away any worry in the community.
In July of last year, the Physicians Advisory Group implemented the COVID Area Risk Score, or CAR score. It takes into account the incidence of new cases, how well our island identifies the cases, and the rate of spread. The goal is to maintain a CAR score below 5, and thankfully the community has been able to keep it below 1 throughout 2021. There's been a slight increase over the past week, but Public Health's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Felix Cabrera, is assuring everyone that it's nothing to panic over.
I'm not too concerned about the 0.5. The other thing to be very clear is that over the past 28 days, all the positive cases we had, 45% of them have been identified in the quarantine facility. So these were travelers, so these never made it out.
When it comes to hospitalizations, we know what it looks like when a CAR score is above 2.5 and 5. For much of the summer, the island was able to maintain a score of 1.5 with anywhere from 0 to 2 COVID patients hospitalized.
But now with so many of our especially vulnerable population already been vaccinated, we can potentially even have a much higher CAR score and not the same amount of hospitalizations. And so that's the whole point of the vaccine. And so we're in better shape overall.
The goal of Path to Half is for at least 50% of the island's adult population to be vaccinated by May 1st, the potential date of the reopening of Guam's tourism. Cabrera says that 50% means a drastic change to the travel quarantine protocols.
When you get above 50%, our risk tolerance goes up, as in we can tolerate more risk. And so that's a big incentive and a big reward for the entire community.
50% would also mean that Guam can then adopt some of the more liberal CDC guidelines.
And this has to do with those who have been vaccinated and whether or not they need to quarantine or not. So we get closer to that and being able to adopt that, because right now, we're still, quite concerned, and in terms of what that might mean if there was some more spread on the island. But with more people vaccinated, the more we get to have these liberties. So that's really important. And it's something that we should all, really strive for.
And when it comes to vaccinations within the community, Dr. Cabrera says it's the 16 to 29 age group that's showing up the most. Although just 10% are fully vaccinated, an estimated 38,000 individuals make up the group.
You guys are rocking it, and you guys are coming out and really doing, and really you're the one group that's getting the most vaccinated right now. You're blowing away every other group, and I can't be more proud because, I'll be honest, this group was the one that we were worried about, and there's still a lot of you that still need to come out and get vaccinated, and we hope that you do.
Cabrera continues saying, quote, "Remember, this is not just about you. This is about your community and protecting everyone, and we all have our part in our world," unquote. When it comes to the virus, Cabrera, along with several healthcare professionals, have asserted that it's here to stay. He said, quote, "It's still there, it's still happening, and I don't think we'll ever eradicate it."
In this next story, KUM's Adriana Cotero shares her journey to becoming fully vaccinated. 3 weeks ago, she took us on a step-by-step process of receiving the first dose of the Pfizer vaccine. And this week, she brings us back to the University of Guam Vaccination Clinic for dose number 2.
Yep. 1, 2, 3.
There we go.
Just like that, not too bad, huh?
Just like that, 2 shots down, and I'm fully vaccinated. After 3 weeks, I returned back to the University of Guam Vaccination Clinic, where a quick scan of my QR code confirmed my appointment, and I started the process to receiving the second dose of the COVID-19 Pfizer vaccine.
So what we're doing is scanning your QR code. All right. Go to C4. Thank you.
Then on to step 2, where I signed off on the consent form and made my way through the line to sitting in front of Combat Medic Sergeant Jared Clemens. He is one of the 12 active duty Army soldiers with the 25th Infantry Division from Hawaii, explains JFT Public Affairs Specialist Janine Guzman.
Adding more hands, of course, makes the process a lot easier. The flow, as we've seen, has gone a lot easier. So more hands, more support, the quicker we can get in and out.
The UOG Vaccination Clinic has been averaging over 10,000 vaccines per week. And this week, they hold the exact same expectation in order to reach the local government's goal for Path to Half. That's reaching 50% of the population fully vaccinated by May 1st. And according to Specialist Guzman, this goal hasn't been delayed by the temporarily paused Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Those that were set up for the Johnson & Johnson, the team here with Public Health, were able to order either the Pfizer or the Moderna to replace those that were trying to book for Johnson & Johnson. But we don't see it as an issue to get to the Path to Half. And I know with the latest JIC report, we're at roughly around 46,000 fully immunized. To hit our target, we're looking at 18,000 from now till May 1st. That's what we're trying to hit.
There is no doubt in the National Guard's mind that we won't hit this goal. As well, Guzman says we are still on track with the island's other mission to liberate Guam.
I do believe that we can still hit that mark to liberate, of course, to pretty much hit that mark where we can say we actually hit 80% by Liberation Day, which is in July.
Now, as I previously shared in part one of this two-part coverage, at first I was hesitant to join in on these efforts. It's been a day since I became fully vaccinated. I felt COVID-like symptoms from the vaccine as I contracted the virus back in August. The symptoms did not knock me as hard as when I had COVID, but I did experience fatigue, body aches, low energy, sore arm, and a throbbing headache from both of these doses. I do not regret my decision, as earlier this year when I contemplated getting the vaccine, I ultimately concluded that my why or my reason for getting vaccinated is because I know my choices don't only affect me, but every single being in this world. The choice is yours. I encourage everyone to do their research. And regardless of your decision, wash your hands, watch your distance, wear a mask, and stay safe. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
After repeated public and private urging by senators, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero is now ready to meet on her huge $664 million windfall of federal pandemic relief. Lawmakers want input on how the money will be spent, and as Nestor Lecanto reports, the governor wants to talk about it.
Governor Leon Guerrero has written to Speaker Therese Terlahi and Republican Minority Leader Chris Duenas asking for a list of priorities ahead of a meeting on her spending plan that lawmakers from both sides have heavily lobbied for. Speaker Terlahi says she's personally asked several times.
We all know that if we don't know the details of how the $661 million is going to be spent, it's going to have implications on our budget, and we are going to be guessing, and that's not going to be good for anyone.
In her letter, the governor is urging a one Guam approach in order to pivot from crisis response to economic recovery. Terlahi says senators agree that the only way forward is to go together. The anticipated funds are equal to about a year's worth of general fund revenue, and Terlahi has ambitious goals.
This is a huge amount of money. It's unprecedented for Guam. It's very much needed, and I think it can make an impact for generations. So we are going to lift people out of poverty. We're going to make changes to our health system and our safety system so that we can live the way we've intended to live on Guam.
The governor plans to reserve about half the money, $300 million, for the construction of a new hospital, and senators publicly have been supportive.
Our role is, not to spend the money, but just to lay out the fiscal priorities for the government of Guam.
The governor has asked the legislature for its list of priorities by April 30th. A meeting date has not yet been announced. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
All right, thanks so much, Pete. And of course, you saw Tyler's conversation with Dr. Felix Cabrera, the Chief Health Officer over at Public Health. And later on the link, we're going to play that interview in full. Lots of good information, especially given the minor rise in cases these days. So stay tuned for that later on in the show. In other news, another package for you is after repeated public and private urging by senators, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero is now ready to meet on her huge $664 million windfall of federal pandemic relief. Lawmakers want input on how the money will be spent. And now, as Nestor Lecanto reports, the governor does want to talk about it.
Governor Leon Guerrero has written to Speaker Therese Terlahi and Republican Minority Leader Chris Duenas asking for a list of priorities ahead of a meeting on her spending plan that lawmakers from both sides have heavily lobbied for. Speaker Terlahi says she's personally asked several times.
We all know that if we don't know the details of how the 661 million is going to be spent, it's going to have implications on our budget, and we are going to be guessing, and that's not going to be good for anyone.
In her letter, the governor is urging a one Guam approach in order to pivot from crisis response to economic recovery. Terlahi says senators agree that the only way forward is to go together. The anticipated funds are equal to about a year's worth of general fund revenue, and Terlahi has ambitious goals.
This is a huge amount of money. It's unprecedented for Guam. It's very much needed, and I think it can make an impact for generations. So we are going to lift people out of poverty. We're going to make changes to our health system and our safety system so that we can live the way we've intended to live on Guam.
The governor plans to reserve about half the money, $300 million, for the construction of a new hospital, and senators publicly have been supportive.
Our role is, not to spend the money, but just to lay out the fiscal priorities for the government of Guam.
The governor has asked the legislature for its list of priorities by April 30th. A meeting date has not yet been announced. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Good job, Nestor. And in other news from the national front, a vacation was just a dream for many of your fellow Americans last year because of the coronavirus pandemic. But with vaccinations accelerating, our fellow countrymen are making up, evidently, for lost time. This next report is with CBS's Dana Backus.
At airports nationwide,
looking for some fun in the sun.
People are taking off, many for their first vacation since the pandemic started.
We've been just cooped up in the house for too long right now, so just excited to get out.
And the Great Getaway is expected to continue through the summer months. A new survey from The Points Guy finds half of U.S. adults are likely to take at least one vacation between June and September.
A lot of them are planning on spending a pretty significant amount of money. In fact, over more than 4 out of 10 are actually anticipating spending more than $1,000 on these vacations.
But many won't be spending that money on plane tickets. Nearly half of those traveling plan to take a road trip, and beaches are one of the most popular places to go. But national parks are the top destination.
There's going to be a huge demand for visiting these attractions, so make sure you do your research and lock in those plans early because they're just going to get more and more filled up as we approach the summer.
Nick Ewan from The Points Guy says those traveling internationally will likely need to provide a negative COVID test.
Make sure you understand what it's going to take for you to get in and then what it's going to take for you to get back to the United States. And bear in mind, a lot of those things can change on a dime as case counts go up or go down.
Ewan says no matter where you travel, it's important to do your research and plan ahead. Danya Backus, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Okay, so I'm already seeing in the comments, several of you are asking, where are these infections coming from? So let's go ahead and play that interview that Tyler had with Dr. Felix Cabrera. Again, he is the Chief Medical Officer over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. They go into great detail about where we are, about achieving the path to half by May 1st, which again, everybody, is just next Friday. So here's Tyler's interview with Dr. Cabrera.
Dr. Cabrera, thank you so much for taking time out to sit with me and speak with me about the state of our island. I know you're busy, so I'm just going to keep it nice and short. I just wanted to get your input on Guam's current status on path to half. Where are we with that?
So we're actually in pretty good position overall in terms of getting 50% of our adult population, and again, adult being defined as 16 and over, fully vaccinated. So we're really doing good overall. But this also depends on those who are due for their second dose to really come out and get your second dose when you're due. And especially because of the current pause of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So we highly encourage everybody to ensure you get fully vaccinated and don't just get the first vaccine for the Moderna and Pfizer.
What are the numbers looking like? How far away are we from 50%?
So when you look at all vaccine efforts on the island, and when I say all vaccine efforts, I'm talking about Government of Guam, private sector and Department of Defense, who vaccinates also active duty, civilian workers, and as well as beneficiaries and contractors. You put them all together, and we're approximately 43.1% away our current vaccines for adults. So we're pretty close. We're, again, the goal is to be 50%, and by May 1st or so. And we're well on our way, and that's even without using Johnson & Johnson. If Johnson & Johnson gets on pause and we start using them for the last week of April, then we'll be even in better shape, and we may even hit the target before May 1st.
So we're 11 days away, and what is it? 7% away from 50%. Do you think that we'll be able to meet that 50% by the deadline May 1st, or the goal May 1st?
Yeah. So I think first and most importantly, that we have to also remember that this was May 1st was just a nice round number, so to speak, and that it was arbitrary in a sense, but it gave us something to shoot for. And so whether we get there a few days early or a few days late, in the end, it doesn't have that much impact on our overall goal, which is getting to actual herd immunity, which is closer to 80% of the population. So that being said, we are definitely, are on the right track, and there's a chance that we may even hit it toward the end of April, so a few days short of May 1st.
Okay, so by the rate of what it's going, you guys are actually expecting it to be achieved before the May 1st deadline.
Yeah, that's being optimistic, of course, but it is realistic also. In terms of what the numbers are bearing out for us, and those who are due for their second dose before May 1st, and so that's reassuring. And again, there's the FDA and CDC, they're going to be meeting again on Friday, which would be Saturday our time, and to determine what's the next step with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And in all likelihood, it will be unpaused after that meeting, but there may be some extra precautions that are mentioned with it, or even as much as some restrictions. So that remains to be seen. But I think there's a good chance that by next week we'll be using the Johnson & Johnson again.
Okay. Well, it sounds like everything has been good news so far. We're ahead of the game. Do you think that then this would mean that Guam could be looking at also going into PCOR 4 when either before the May 1st deadline, or when we reach that 50% mark?
Yeah, and so PCOR 4, we how we defined it initially, especially early in this pandemic, was really going back to complete normalcy. As we know it, for the past, several years prior to all this. And so that's really what PCOR 4 is. And so the 50% mark is not to get to PCOR 4. Really what gets us to PCOR 4 is that 80%, approximately 80% herd immunity number. And so again, that could be arranged between 70% and 90%, but that's why we're just going in the middle and just saying about 80%. And that's the goal for prior to Liberation Day that we're shooting for as well.
I see. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I also wanted to get your thoughts about the increase in positive cases. I believe, and I could be a little off, but I believe that the number was 20% increase within the past couple of weeks, days.
Yeah, so, again, our CAR score now is at 0.5. And when we had it around 0.2 for a very long time, and also 0.1, it's like it's more than double, right? But what we have to remember is that we know what a CAR score that's above 2.5 and above 5, what that ultimately means for hospitalizations, at least when looking back retrospectively. For much of the summer, we had our CAR score at 1.5 and for a while, and there was only like 0 to 2 COVID patients in the hospital. So in that perspective, but now with so many of our especially vulnerable population already been vaccinated, we can potentially even have a much higher CAR score and not the same amount of hospitalizations. And so that's the whole point of the vaccine. And so we're in better shape overall. So I'm not too concerned about the 0.5. The other thing to be very clear is that over the past 28 days, all the positive cases we had, 45% of them have been identified in the quarantine facility. So these were travelers. So these never made it out. But these are 45% of them, or approximately 44 of the travelers. And those are 44 potential clusters that we've been able to prevent. And so, when we think about what's actually in the community and what's the actual community spread, it's still there. It's still happening. I don't think we'll ever eradicate it. And especially if we want to have some trade-off in terms of our liberties.
And I think that what you just said there actually clears up a lot of things for a lot of folks, because, it is something that we're also trying to, get the word out there, that many health officials have been saying that this, like the flu, is pretty much something that is going to be around, and which is why it's so important to get vaccinated. It's keeping the hospitalization numbers down. So obviously, the higher that people have been getting, the more people getting vaccinated, our hospital numbers have practically remained, very much leveled with that. So if you could just give, I guess, those that haven't gotten vaccinated for whatever reason, what can you say to them to really encourage them to take advantage of all the vaccination clinics that have been set up?
Yeah. So again, what are the things that we're looking at first for the first step, right? With the 50% of the adult population getting vaccinated, what does that mean? So one thing that means a change in our travel quarantine protocols. We are looking at a drastic change, in fact. And that's because our risk, when you get above 50%, our risk tolerance goes up, as in we can tolerate more risk. And so that's a big incentive and a big reward for the entire community. The other thing is that we can, when we're above the 50%, now we're not in a more vulnerable state, just being in a remote island here, is that we can now actually adopt some of CDC's more liberal guidelines. And so, and this has to do with those who have been vaccinated and whether or not they need to quarantine or not. So we get closer to that and being able to adopt that, because right now, we're still, quite concerned, and in terms of what that might mean if there was some more spread on the island. But with more people vaccinated, the more we get to have these liberties. So that's really important, and it's something that we should all, really strive for.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Cabrera. And just lastly, is there any word on the variants that were sent out?
When we got our results, when it came around, it was at the exact same time that the CDC was releasing their definitions of variants of concern, and some of and how they were listed. And so we haven't had any results since then. But we anticipate probably when they're going to make a adjustment to that list, that probably also be around the same time that we're going to get some results back as well. So we're still waiting. We check every day, and we get and so far no different word.
We did. What were those couple of cases that were found 3 months ago? Those weren't variants of concern. Those were what did they call them?
They are variants of concern.
Okay.
Yeah, they were variants of concern, and that was from the California strain, and so that is listed in the CDC types of variants that fit in that category of variants of concern.
And no further spread since those initial ones, right?
Correct. And so we don't have any other epi-link from those cases that are continuing that we haven't identified otherwise.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Cabrera. Is there anything else that you would like to add before we close out?
No, I just really want to thank the community for really coming out. I especially want to thank the 16 to 29-year-old age group. You guys are rocking it, man. You guys are coming out and really doing, and really you're the one group that's getting the most vaccinated right now. You're blowing away every other group, and I can't be more proud because, I'll be honest, this group was the one that we were worried about, and there's still a lot of you that still need to come out and get vaccinated, and we hope that you do. And remember that this is not just about you; this is about your community and protecting everyone, and we all have our part in our role.
What are the numbers looking like with the 16 to 20-year-old group as opposed to everyone else?
So they are, and so about just over 10% of them are fully vaccinated. but they make up a big part. You're talking about 38,000 estimated persons in that age group. And so already 10% are already fully vaccinated. Of course, they were on the tail end of the whole efforts, since we've opened up the eligibility. But every week, they are the group that is by far being vaccinated the most. And so that's been really great to see, overall. For example, since for the month of April, 16 to 29-year-olds getting their first doses, it's almost 4,400 of them. And then the next group after that is the 30 to 39-year-olds, and there's about 2,300 of them gotten their first dose. And so you can see the difference. And then 40 to 49, you're looking at about 1,900 of them getting their first dose since April 1st. And so that's that really speaks a lot, that they are the biggest group, but they are coming out in numbers that they're doubling or tripling the other age groups.
Wow, that's very impressive. Well, what do you think why do you think that might be? Why is it our younger ones that are making up the highest vaccination rate?
Well, I think it's two things, right? I think it's one that they don't want to be vulnerable, even though they feel healthy. But number two, I think it's that they understand what life here on Guam really means, and that we take care of each other, and that we watch each other's sixes, and we do this we do a lot of things for not just ourselves, but for our families. And I think a lot of them have, older family members that they want to protect. And I think that's honorable that they're doing it because of that. If they don't have any other reason that they believe in, at the very minimum, to protect those that they love, which is, again, very honorable.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much again, Dr. Cabrera, for your time. This is a very fruitful interview, I will say. Learned a lot. Thank you. So, hey, I guess that's why they call you doctor, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well.
So yeah, sorry we kept delaying this, being able to, but it's been a little bit tough to try and.
All right, and that was Tyler Matanani, of course, interviewing Dr. Felix Cabrera. And if you would like to make an appointment for you, someone you know and love to be vaccinated, there are 2 clinics coming up. Make sure to check us out at KUAM.com and hit the vaccinations link at the top of our website. You can view us on your mobile device too, and you can set an appointment for this week or next week so you can get your vaccination. Well, please stay tuned, everybody, because when we come back, we are talking with our friends from the GCC Culinary Academy, and today they are taking you to experience the flavors of Thailand. Stay tuned for that right after this.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Hey, good morning. Great interview there with Dr. Felix Cabrera, the Chief Medical Officer.
It's been a year we've been doing this show, and you've been playing like local music all the time. Every time this song starts, it still trips me up. I mean, it's a great song, but I immediately hear the song and I was like, everybody go surf. I was like, oh no, wait a minute. Same groove.
And then it kind of has that running downhill. I don't know if it's the strum. Oh, so good. Right? The 719. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. 44% of cases in the last 8 weeks have been caught in the quarantine facility. Right.
Which is encouraging for those of you who are really worried about, the numbers at 10 the other day, 13 last night.
Right. I mean, like Dr. Cabrera said, there's just no way we're going to completely eradicate the virus. And it's taken us a year to learn how to live with it. So here we are.
But still, the one thing you want to keep an eye on is, we talked about this yesterday, what we've been seeing with the infographics coming out of Adelup. Dr. Hoan Nguyen, the chairman of the Physicians Advisory Group, has been saying, and they've kind of resurfaced this, this narrative of, if you don't feel well, don't go to work,
Right.
don't go to school,
Stay home.
don't go to the
Stay
store.
home!
Yeah.
Remember that, guys? Yeah, so that they are kind of on that messaging again, where if you're sick, stay home. And this has been definitely an interesting week with the 10 positives we had on Monday, the 13 last night, the closure of the Subaki Towers, 2 restaurants due to COVID. A couple employees, well, we don't know how many, but at the start it was a couple employees, and they're now doing the contact tracing and all that. And then also, one of my friends on Instagram, the Muay Thai gym in Magilao, they also closed because there was a positive. So it's interesting, a year out, and as we kind of get towards this path to half and reopening the island, that we're kind of still dealing with these positives causing closures, right? But it is what it is. And like Dr. Cabrera said, we're not going to get rid of the virus. We've got to live with it. We are going to have positives. Just go get vaccinated. And again, I'm wondering, with these positive cases, we'd like to see the numbers relative to, is anyone testing positive who has been fully vaccinated?
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. And that's kind of been something that, really the last year, we've always wanted some kind of information. The damn media's never happy. It's 7:21. Good morning. It's Thailand Thursday, Jay.
It is. And of course, we thought it was Thailand Thursday last week. A delightful and delicious surprise.
Yes, it
We
was
found out because
Indonesian.
it was
Man, I got to say, the Indonesian was my favorite so far. And that's saying a lot because all the meals have been really great. But let's bring on the GCC Culinary Academy. We have Chef Paul and Ira, Kyle, Nadine, and Angeline here from the GCC Culinary Academy. Yeah, students, the Indonesian flavors was so good last week. I just scarfed that thing, and it was amazing. Very complex, but at the same time, not like too crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, chefs, can I ask, as people who, bring so much artistry to preparing, and serving food, does it make you feel better if people really take their time and eat slow, and you can see them, like every bite and every mouthful, they're really taking it in? Or do you, like someone, like when Chris was saying it's so good, he literally inhales it?
Yeah, the chicken was great. The meatballs were awesome.
He almost ate the box too.
I did. I licked the box, actually.
Yeah, so how do you what makes you guys as chefs feel?
My brother is like Chris. He likes to inhale the food, but on the other side of the coin, it's when you eat slower, you get to enjoy the flavor, all the notes of the flavors, and whatever the texture contrast is. But to really know how it's going to be tasting good, if you wondering if nobody's talking, you're doing your job.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Chef Paul, my grandma used to always say that. Oh, it must be good. No one's talking, and all you hear is. And that's how it sounded like last Thursday, and I know that's how it's going to sound today. As for real, we're doing Thai food. Now, we had our whole conversation on which Thai dishes we liked last week, so we don't need to run through that again. But guys, I guess just tell us a little bit of the menu and what it went into deciding what's going to be on the menu. Because Thai, like all the cuisines you've done so far, there's so many great dishes in Thai cuisine that it must have been hard to kind of narrow it down to just a few for lunch and dinner.
Well, I'll tell you what, why don't we start with chefs Nadine and Angeline, because I believe, ladies, you're in charge of the lunch menu, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what have you guys got in store for us for today's lunch, and how did you guys, pick the entrees and like basically capture the rich flavors and colors and textures of Thailand?
Oh, we're doing a chicken satay, Panang pork curry, vegetable pad thai, steamed rice, and a mango cake. And basically for all of the okay, sorry. Basically
Oh yeah,
for all
I mean,
of
if you're on your phone, you can just like walk away if you're getting feedback. I mean, you can just like
Alright.
I think maybe two of you might be a little bit too close to each other.
Yeah.
I know the kitchen is your home. You know, there's nowhere else in the world you feel more safe than in the kitchen. So, unfortunately, the audio feedback, we can't do anything about that. Okay, so what challenges Nadine and Angeline does preparing food in the rich Thai tradition? Like, how is that challenging for you as chefs?
Okay, so basically we both have never tried Thai food. So just trying to figure out like what would taste good and what would sound good was just hard for us, especially like we don't want the flavors all together to be too like they don't balance each other out.
Or like overbearing at the same time, because with Thai food it's a lot of like strong spices, especially like our curry. We try to have it be where the spiciness isn't as hot, but it's bearable.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also a lot of nuts included in all of the recipes.
Yeah, this menu looks. I mean, gosh, I'm salivating inside my mask like now, just looking at the amazing meal that you prepared for us. Which, by the way, everybody is going to be starting at 11 a.m. Over at GCC. So make sure to get there early because this is incredible. Just a little bit of a side note: the menu does contain chicken and peanuts. So if anybody wants to help the GCC Academy out, just be advised they may use peanuts in there if you are have aversions to peanuts. So let's bring on chefs Ara and Kyle now, who are doing the dessert. Nadine and Angeline will get back to you guys in just a minute, or the dinner, I should say, as well as the dessert. So chefs Kyle and Ira, how did you guys put the dinner menu together, and what are your responsibilities as partners working on this?
So for dinner time, Kyle and I are serving a Thai seafood ceviche in wonton cups. And then we're also giving out a Thai beef and pork basil stir fry. Comes with a steamed rice and sesame seeds on top. And for dessert, we have a Thai tea cheesecake, which is a non-baked cheesecake.
Oh, wow.
I love pad kapao. That's my favorite Thai dish. And so you guys are making it
shrimp pad Thai.
right. That's it. And so, can you tell us a little bit more about this pork basil stir fry, which I know is going to be awesome because that Thai basil, whoo.
Mm.
So for the pork and Thai, the beef and pork Thai basil, we're serving it with some vegetables.
Sounds great. I'm so excited.
Mm-hmm.
That's a dinner, and this is a great man. So this is like one of those second tier dishes because when everyone thinks Thai, they obviously think the pad Thai, the Penang, the curries and stuff. But the pad kapao, which is it's really simple, right? It's basically just a stir fry with the Thai basil. And what do you put in there? What's like? Is it a little soy sauce or something?
We're using some soy sauce and hoisin sauce to give it some flavor and the sweetness to it, and some chili flakes for the spice.
How long have you guys been, Chef Kyle? How long have you guys been, let's say, practicing, or working to refine the menu and get it to the point where you said, okay, we know this is what we're going to serve, and this is what we're going to put out there for the community.
So we've actually had multiple drafts of the menu. This is our final product. We went through many stages of the menu and we had to take some out. But the thing that stayed was the Thai tea cheesecake, which we universally agreed on that will be our dessert. But we always wanted to do pad Thai because I've had Thai food before, and the thing that I loved about Thai food was the pad Thai, and that's what I was most excited for. And then to my surprise, I was really surprised how the cheesecake turned out, and that was really good for me to find out because that's what we really wanted to have on the menu.
Can I ask you, Chef Kyle? I see on the menu that you guys are using, it says like steamed rice, and rice is such an important part of like Thai cuisine. Is this steam? Is it steamed sticky rice?
Just regular steamed white rice, but also garnished with
jasmine
sesame, roasted sesame seeds.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, adding those, man, that really like just kicks it up.
Yeah, but Thai tea cheesecake, I never heard of that. That's brilliant. Somebody's getting an A for that.
The students have really were passionate about their dishes and their menu. They've been coming on their off class where we're not having class, and they've been coming on their own time, double checking, doing the preparation, making their lists, their delegation. They're really been working very hard on this menu. And I think you'll have a great dining experience when you try some of this Thai food out.
Well, Chef Paul, you guys have been batting 1,000 so far and everything like that. Each meal has been a feast. I mean, it's its own banquet. Again, $10. Please, everybody, make the trip to Mingilao and help out these amazing chefs. Some of them are already professional chefs working hard in our private restaurants, our hotels. The $10 is a pittance compared to what you are getting with all of the amazing flavors and the combinations that they put together for you. And that's actually going out to help cover their lab fees. And again, this is their final project. So you are helping make their dream come true.
Amen, Jay. Good job, students. Good job, chefs. Chef Paul. Yeah.
I got one more question for the student chefs. If I can just unmute yourself like real quick. What did you guys learn? You know, like as apprentices of Thai cuisine and everything like that. What was the one thing that maybe you didn't already know that cooking in the Thai style that you now take away?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Nadine.
Okay, balancing the flavors.
And also, we found out how much peanut butter and shrimp that Thai food has.
Oh, that peanut sauce is good.
Plenty peanut butter now. Yeah, I remember one time I ate Thai and I was like, hey, what is in this peanut sauce? And the lady was like, peanut butter. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Right on. Kyle, how about you, Kyle? What was the takeaway from Thai?
I guess just like the preparation, the time it really takes to formally get everything out, to just figure out what the menu is, how much we need of it, and how we're gonna organize 200, 100, how many people are gonna, or how many plates are we gonna make, and that really factors in on like the ingredients, how much they're in, and just organization entirely is just what I needed to learn about what I learned.
Yeah, but you know what? And I know we have a lot of friends in the restaurant industry who watch the show every day, and there are a lot of Thai restaurants on Guam. So if you are a restaurateur, give these chefs a look. They now have, mastered the craft of cooking Thai cuisine. So, if you guys are, looking for a job when you graduate, hey, you've now got this skill set and everything that the Thai restaurants will be happy to have you in their kitchen.
Guys, and also want to let you know that I got my Crocs. My lady brought me Crocs back from the States, and so when I went to go pick up the meals, I noticed a lot of you guys are wearing Crocs. So I'm really excited how this is going to affect my cooking now.
Those are actually specialized chef shoes.
See? Yeah. Watch out, guys. My cooking just got elevated just because I'm rocking the Crocs now. Croc fam, what? Right on, guys. We'll see you, Chef. Thank you.
Thanks as always, guys. We can't wait to try it out.
Awesome. So excited.
Many thanks.
There you go. It's Thai, GCC. I'm telling you guys, it's a great deal. Man, don't take this the wrong way, but they're giving it to you at a loss, really. It's $10. The meal's easily worth $20, if not more. And you can get it at the GCC Multi-Purpose Center, which just follow your nose, follow the line. They're doing lunch. I believe the pickup for lunch starts at
Oh wait, are they still doing the multi-purpose center, or have they switched full time to the kitchen? They did last week. And
because
said
they were
doing dinner
sharing.
at the
There was a
kitchen, but-
facility. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, they're both in the same building, so you'll be able to figure it
Yeah.
out.
Well, tell you what, everybody, look for the line because undoubtedly there are going to be so many people that want this meal. So wherever the
Especially
line
Thai.
is,
Yep.
get there.
And again, that's $10 for lunch and $10 for dinner. The dinner menu: Thai seafood ceviche with the main pad kapow, which is Thai beef and pork basil stir fry, served with veggies and steamed rice, along with shrimp pad Thai. Dessert: wow, Thai tea cheesecake, dude. That sounds awesome. And then for lunch, which we're going to be getting today, the lunch is, and it's a Thai takeout, is the theme: chicken satay, Penang pork curry, steamed rice, vegetable pad Thai. Wow, that's awesome.
And then the dessert is crazy.
Mango cake with mango coulis, mango chunks, and toasted coconut. All right, that's $10, guys. Support these kids.
Yeah.
And the GCC Culinary Academy.
And you know what? For $10, you can afford a bunch of them for your office, for your family. Your church group.
like me, I'm taking it upon myself to treat the guys here in the studio for lunch. Do the same. Pay it forward, okay?
There you go.
You don't have to wear Crocs to pay it forward, okay? You can do it in Zori. 7:35, break time, and then we're coming back with Catherine Castro of the Guam Chamber next on The Link.
Banners.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
right, 740 on the link. East West Rental. Calvo Enterprises. Carrier. IT&E and Jack in the Box. You look like you want some meat. Well, guess what? Jack in the Box can help you there. It's back, the returning favorite. We're talking about Jack's triple bonus Jack combo. Add a patty, make it a fatty. That's 4 patties on there, dude. Jay, are you man enough for that?
I think I could do 4.
Right? Okay.
Yeah. I
Go,
mean,
sir.
you know, challenge yourself. You know,
Right, yeah.
Test your limits.
Right. How are you ever going to know?
You're stronger than you know.
If you don't go for it. YOLO.
Yeah. No, you don't mind over matter. If you don't mind, it don't matter.
Right on. Thank you, Jack in the Box. 740, it's Thursday, April 22nd.
Well, our friend Catherine Castro from the Guam Chamber of Commerce, I know, believes in moderation, as she's laughing at me right now.
Yeah, but Jay, you know, to me, one of the big Jack hacks is their milkshakes.
Yes.
You got us the vanilla milkshake. They put a little cherry on top, the whipped cream. Whoo, boy.
Well, Brie only, she's like total team Oreo milkshake.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it's good milkshakes.
741. Let's get on Catherine Castro of the Guam Chamber of Commerce. Man, Kathy, you should come back on Monday because I heard from a little bird that we're getting some Raising Cane's.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
We're excited that they're opening up, and they're excited that they're opening up. So good for Guam.
Yeah. Is that kind of an indicator maybe for, you know, a big national franchise like that to kind of wade into our waters, given everything that's happened over the last year?
I think that, you know, there's every time a new business opens on Guam is always a good thing, right? And when people take a chance and make an investment here, it's always a good sign. You know, Guam, pre-pandemic, has been a great place to open your business, has been a great place to invest. And we're going to continue to push Guam as a great place to do business even post-pandemic, especially post-pandemic, because guess what? We are, you know, almost at half for vaccination. So kudos to our population. And I think that the governor is going to get, you know, what she's hoping for. And we'll see that maybe that herd immunity comes sooner than later.
Right. And so we played an interview with Dr. Cabrera earlier, and to get the path to half, the reopen island May 1st. But he said that doesn't necessarily mean we'll be going into PCOR 4.
Right.
And it looks like the real finish line would be the legendary herd immunity, right? The unicorn of this pandemic.
Yeah.
And that comes with 80% vaccination. So, you know, Kathy, when you hear things like that and you kind of think like we're all running towards this finish line that they keep moving, right? So right now we're just like, God, May 1st, reopen, everybody get vaccinated, and then come to find out that's not even going to be PCOR 4. What? We got to do more? Oh, my God. So is it disheartening at all to think that, God, we got to get to May 1st and then to find out it's not even going to mean 100% occupancy because we're still going to have to go 30% more vaccination? Dude.
I know. We have all been living this together, and, you know, we have been disappointed together. You know, it's graduation time and everybody wants to celebrate these great accomplishments of our youth. You know, we're going through confirmations, right? There's so much family time and celebration that has been put on the back burner. Weddings, anniversaries, birthday milestones, even the chamber. We put our gala on hold and we celebrate our businesses for the service, the service time that they've been on Guam and servicing our community. And so, you know, when you hear that, you know, you've got this big giant ballroom, right? That the capacity is maybe, you know, 600 packs. And you're thinking, wow, we could put 50% in there. And there's a stop. There's like, sorry, you can only have 50 people in that room of 600 packs. And we're like, what? You know, this is so disappointing, right? To the business community, to everybody who is hoping to at least celebrate even with the 100 of their closest family members for something that, is a great accomplishment in the family. So, we're really, really pushing, to have, the folks that make these decisions to reconsider, these things, at least to follow the guidelines that they've set for restaurants, right? So if you're going to set these same guidelines for restaurants, can't we set these same guidelines for banquet opportunities? And this way we help our community, because our hotels can hire back the folks that they have, had to unfortunately, put on some kind of furlough or have significantly reduced hours. But if we can get that back up, we can see more money turning in this economy, right? Going back to your question about, what do we do about the increase of the positives, right? We were talking a little bit about that just before we came on the air. And I think that really, I think the community is doing a fantastic job. And as Dr. Cabrera had mentioned, these folks have been identified in quarantine. And we have to do what we need to do, which is continue to be sanitary. And this is something, gosh, you know what? We've been growing up. We've had the flu season. What is the one thing that everybody says? Stay home when you're not feeling good. Wash your hands. Keep clean, right? And so this is something that we have, had an eye-opening experience with the pandemic, right? So let's continue to stay the course and maintain that sanitary protocols that we've put in place.
Well, Kathy, I got a question for you, because it seems like, not just from the Chamber's perspective, but, like across industry on Guam, that, the narrative is becoming, we're armed now with 14 months of knowledge. And whereas before, everybody was saying, we don't know what life is going to be like from one day to the next. So in your leadership position, how do you motivate your membership and be encouraging and pass down wisdom, to a membership where you have, members of our community who are known for their decision-making and strategic thinking and big visions and pragmatism and, that whole private sector approach. And how do you basically say, okay, hopefully things are going to get better, and this is why you have to stay the course and maintain it, aside from the balance sheet and everything like that, this is how, we all need to be strong. Like, how do you marshal that message to them?
Well, what's great is that I get to work with all of these great businesses that are working it, that are experiencing it, and they have all of that knowledge and expertise at their fingertips, right? So we work together, we work collaboratively. And I think that, when we work together, not only just the chamber membership, but we work together with GHRA, we work together with the Contractors Association. And I think that that's key, right? You work together with the public health folks, you work together with the GVB folks. And really, we can't work just as an individual organization. I think we have to work collaboratively, especially with this pandemic. And we, as long as we continue to stay focused on and be flexible, I think it has been really the message that has been, something that we have been utilizing throughout this year and a half of pandemic crisis and situation that we've been in, right? So I think having that positive attitude, and we've been talking about this every time you have me on, right? And as long as we work together and work collaboratively, I think we can do great things together. Yeah. So I think that has been a good positive effort on our community.
Yeah, I agree, because I remember I was interviewing you and Christine Belletto maybe about, what was that, 6 months ago, and we kind of just stumbled into the concept of we're like, we're seeing businesses who are in the same lines of work technically are now giving referrals and advocating for they're competitors. And we said, just because we're rival firms in the same industry, we don't want to see each other go out of business. Inafa Maulik extends to private industry as well.
That's exactly right. And, it's not like, okay, so Guam is very, very unique, right? We don't have an interstate system, right? So we can't just go, across state lines to get workers, to find a service, right? So we, we're in this beautiful island, but we're surrounded by ocean. And so we have to work together collaboratively to make things work for everybody.
What about for some of the or I guess let me pedal back and just say, have you had members like come up to you and just say, Kathy, I want to do all I can, but the last year has just been, so hard. I'm at the end of my rope. The numbers just don't jive, and I just don't see the business I work so hard to give rise to, and then hopefully build into something. It's just not working out. What do you say to those kind of companies?
We have had those conversations, and just most recently, just even 2 weeks ago, a long time small business is now closing its doors. And, they have been a staple in this particular industry, and it's heartbreaking for them as well, right? But it just is not working, like what you're saying, and it happens. And what we can do is to just be there and be as supportive as possible to them in what they need to move forward, and whatever that is, right? So, for example, if they needed support with divesting themselves of particular inventory, then what we would do is, contact similar or like-minded companies that would be interested in supporting and helping them divest themselves of that, right? So, so that type of stuff is happening.
Because I think, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember at the beginning of the pandemic, was it Lenny Farron we had when he was talking about kitchen lingo and like what the plans were for there? And he goes, we've architected a very specific type of dining experience meant to be intimate and to cater to maybe 15, maybe 20 people in the dining facility, at all. And he goes, and now with restrictions and everything like that, he goes, the math just doesn't work out. I can't keep a full staff to only cater to like 2 people. And he goes, and that's just the long and the short of it. And he goes, I wouldn't be a good business person if I didn't address the very brutal truth of that. But hopefully
Exactly.
those kind of cases are hopefully not as common as they were in the beginning now, Kathy.
Well, I know that here we are, right? We're at the cusp of something good, right? We're seeing this light now, right? And so, there's some people that are saying, oh yeah, our members are, our customers are saying, hold on for a little while longer, right? But, there's just so much that anybody can handle, right? And when, you don't want to get yourself in too much debt, so you just have to be able to know when to let go. And then, and look at what next steps are as we continue to recover, as the island economy continues to recover. And then perhaps, something new will come out of whatever it was that was lost, right? So the one thing that we have seen is that there's going to be less, there's contactless situations now, right? And so businesses are working on different ways to provide services and product in ways that will minimize contact. And so we're seeing the rise in digitization. We're seeing the need for a workforce that will support that particular infrastructure. And we're working with the educational the educational folks, right? The trade academies, the schools, and try to pivot or try to reskill and work with our education in the K through 12 and help them to understand what the workforce of
I guess it is kind of like you said, light at the end of the tunnel, and it is very inspiring that, you know, even though we have these maybe uncomfortable restrictions still today, I mean, there is a lot of opportunity that abounds right now.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Like jobs, right, Catherine? Are a lot of people looking for there's some jobs out there that,
you know, man, I tell you, can I just ask everybody to please, you know, if you're able-bodied and you have some, you know, great talent, and I know that we have great talent out there, let's get into our jobs. There's so much jobs available, Chris. If you take a look at even our website, the Chamber's website, we have a job posting section. It's just real easy to look for.
Yeah.
There's so much jobs available. So if we can encourage as many people to go out there and share their talent and, be able to get and encourage more people to do that, because come September, that federal dollars are not going to be available. So we want to already place our folks in a good place. We don't want to have this cliff, you know, on October 1. We want to be able to place everybody and have them in the workforce already before it's too late.
Right. Yep, it's just that PUA though, Catherine, on that PUA. But we did have, there was two UOG, there was a job fair, 2-day job fair at UOG. And again, like Catherine said, you go on their website, they got job postings. I want to thank you for coming on here, Catherine, as we're against the top of the hour. Anything in closing that you want to add?
You know, I just want to say thank you so much to the community. Everybody has just been doing a fantastic job. You know, we're ready to open. You know, we're all getting together. You know, I might not be at the main areas of Tamuning or Tumon, but I'll be in my place at Dededo picking up trash and putting things away. And I think that that's what, you know, if everybody does their part in their own special areas of our island, we're going to do well. So thank you so much for everybody doing their part.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Catherine.
Thanks, Kathy.
Take care, guys.
See you.
Have a wonderful day.
All right. There you go. Catherine Castro, Guam Chamber. Yeah, check some of those jobs out, guys.
Yeah, so the job fair started, the virtual job fair at UOG started on Wednesday, continues today, I believe. And yeah, you've got hireguam.com. Dave Delasola is telling us, you know, like there's like apprenticeship programs. You can up your skill set.
Right on.
Get ready.
Yeah, there's a ton of jobs out there. It's a funny story. My son just got a job. He was working, and then the grades started to hurt a little bit. So I was like, yeah, you got to quit that. And so grades are back up. But he got a job at a certain fast food. I'm not going to name it, but lasted 2 hours on the job. It did 2 hours running the register, and he was like, yeah, not for me. So guys, there are jobs out there that are easy to get, and you know, easy to quit too. Mm. So you check out your
and like they were saying, don't wait until. And Kathy was just kind of indicating like October is like a ballpark. Don't wait until,
right?
As Dave Delasola from Department of Labor was saying, until everybody's out there looking for a job.
I know, and I think that's just what a lot of people are going to do. They're saying, oh, I got until September to sit around and collect PUA, and that's what I'm going to do, and that's the reality. It's Thursday, April 22nd. We're going to take a quick break and come back on KUAM TV with the link here. Good morning.
KUAM's
Catch
multi-platform.
Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. Sports Link is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. KUAM TV, welcome to the Thursday, April 22nd episode of The Link. My name is Chris. Jason Solis, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
All right.
Good to see you.
Yes, great. KUAM TV, you guys are looking awesome. Here's what's coming up on the show. Of course, we're going to do an in-depth newscast with Jason Solis, who's in for Sabrina Solis-Mentanani, who is currently off island. Then we're getting Mark Mendiola, Education Board Chair, to talk about everything that's going on with GDOE. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff going on as they've got these education stabilization funds, I think round 2 in, and they're looking at all the ways to improve the school sites and the facilities in anticipation of the return to face-to-face, probably what's going to be a full return, I'm guessing, next school year.
And they've also got graduation to plan.
That's right. And then 9 o'clock, we're getting the District Court Jump for Justice program. This is a great thing. They partnered up with Custom Fitness, the District Court, of course, and DYA. So we'll do that. Then 9:30, Algarito with the Interscholastic Sports Association coming up here at 8:01. This is The Link, and guess what? It's all proudly brought to you by Jack in the Box. Their fish sandwich, awesome. It's a double-decker deluxe fish sandwich combo, panko crusted, wild-caught Alaskan pollock fish fillet. Grab one at your local Jack in the Box today. Also brought to you by East West Rental, Carrier for all my Aircon babies, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. 8:02 now. We always start the 8 o'clock hour with an in-depth newscast. So with the very latest, Jason Solis, good morning.
Good morning, Chris, and good morning, Guam. Thanks for watching, everybody. For the third time this week, the island's CAR score, the COVID area risk score, the assessment of how we are doing as a community, has increased. It is now sitting at 0.8. After 340 test samples taken on Tuesday, 13 came back positive for COVID-19. This brings the total, the sum of Guam's officially reported coronavirus cases to 7,897 since last March. There have been 136 deaths in our community, with 67 people currently isolated and 7,700 people having since recovered from the virus. The COVID hospital census shows that 3 of your fellow Guamanians are currently hospitalized. Well, if you need to register either this week to receive your vaccination or next week, just make sure to visit KUAM.com/vaccination, and you can find the links to book your appointment at the vaccination clinics at the UOG Cowell Fieldhouse in Mingilao. Guamanians 16 and 17 needing the first dose of the Pfizer vaccine, as well as those 18 or older needing the first dose of the Moderna vaccine, are eligible, along with others needing the second dose of either Pfizer or Moderna. Vaccines will be distributed at those clinics from 11 a.m. to 5:30 in the afternoon. Now, do remember, if you do need your second dose, you can get it up to 4 days ahead of your scheduled time for your shot. Let's go back to the newsroom now to see what else is making island news as you're making your way around on this Thursday morning. Here's Peter Santos from the newsroom with the latest.
Afternoon, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. There may have been a 20% increase in COVID cases since last week. However, Public Health's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Felix Cabrera, is putting away any worry in the community.
In July of last year, the Physicians Advisory Group implemented the COVID Area Risk Score, or CAR score. It takes into account the incidence of new cases, how well our island identifies the cases, and the rate of spread. The goal is to maintain a CAR score below 5, and thankfully the community has been able to keep it below 1 throughout 2021. There's been a slight increase over the past week, but Public Health's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Felix Cabrera, is assuring everyone that it's nothing to panic over.
I'm not too concerned about the 0.5. The other thing to be very clear is that over the past 28 days, all the positive cases we had, 45 45% of them have been identified in the quarantine facility. So these were travelers. So these never made it out.
When it comes to hospitalizations, we know what it looks like when a CAR score is above 2.5 and 5. For much of the summer, the island was able to maintain a score of 1.5 with anywhere from 0 to 2 COVID patients hospitalized.
But now with so many of our especially vulnerable population already been vaccinated, we can potentially even have a much higher CAR score and not the same amount of hospitalizations. And so that's the whole point of the vaccine. And so we're in better shape overall.
The goal of Path to Half is for at least 50% of the island's adult population to be vaccinated by May 1st, the potential date of the reopening of Guam's tourism. Cabrera says that 50% means a drastic change to the travel quarantine protocols.
When you get above 50%, our risk tolerance goes up, as in we can tolerate more risk. And so that's a big incentive and a big reward for the entire community.
50% would also mean that Guam can then adopt some of the more liberal CDC guidelines.
And this has to do with those who have been vaccinated and whether or not they need to quarantine or not. So we get closer to that and being able to adopt that, because right now, we're still, quite concerned, and in terms of what that might mean if there was some more spread on the island. But with more people vaccinated, the more we get to have these liberties. So that's really important. And it's something that we should all, really strive for.
And when it comes to vaccinations within the community, Dr. Cabrera says it's the 16 to 29 age group that's showing up the most. Although just 10% are fully vaccinated, an estimated 38,000 individuals make up the group.
You guys are rocking it, man. You guys are coming out and really doing, and really you're the one group that's getting the most vaccinated right now. You're blowing away every other group, and I can't be more proud because, I'll be honest, this group was the one that we were worried about, and there's still a lot of you that still need to come out and get vaccinated, and we hope that you do.
Cabrera continues saying, quote, "Remember, this is not just about you. This is about your community and protecting everyone, and we all have our part in our world," unquote. When it comes to the virus, Cabrera, along with several healthcare professionals, have asserted that it's here to stay. He said, quote, "It's still there, it's still happening, and I don't think we'll ever eradicate it."
In this next story, KUM's Adriana Cotero shares her journey to becoming fully vaccinated. 3 weeks ago, she took us on a step-by-step process of receiving the first dose of the Pfizer vaccine. And this week, she brings us back to the University of Guam Vaccination Clinic for dose number 2.
Yep. 1, 2, 3.
There we go.
Just like that, not too bad, huh?
Just like that, 2 shots down, and I'm fully vaccinated. After 3 weeks, I returned back to the University of Guam Vaccination Clinic, where a quick scan of my QR code confirmed my appointment, and I started the process to receiving the second dose of the COVID-19 Pfizer vaccine.
So what we're doing is scanning your QR code. All right. Thank you.
Then on to step 2, where I signed off on the consent form and made my way through the line to sitting in front of combat medic Sergeant Jared Clemens. He is one of the 12 active duty Army soldiers with the 25th Infantry Division from Hawaii, explains JFT Public Affairs Specialist Janine Guzman.
Adding more hands, of course, makes the process a lot easier. The flow, as we've seen, has gone a lot easier. So more hands, more support, the quicker we can get in and out.
The UOG Vaccination Clinic has been averaging over 10,000 vaccines per week. And this week, they hold the exact same expectation in order to reach the local government's goal for Path to Half. That's reaching 50% of the population fully vaccinated by May 1st. And according to Specialist Guzman, this goal hasn't been delayed by the temporarily paused Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Those that were set up for the Johnson & Johnson, the team here with Public Health, were able to order either the Pfizer or the Moderna to replace those that were trying to book for Johnson & Johnson. But we don't see it as an issue to get to the Path to Half. And I know with the latest JIC report, we're at roughly around 46,000 fully immunized. To hit our target, we're looking at 18,000 from now till May 1st. That's what we're trying to hit.
There's no doubt in the National Guard's mind that we won't hit this goal. As well, Guzman says we are still on track with the island's other mission to liberate Guam.
I do believe that we can still hit that mark to liberate, of course, to pretty much hit that mark where we can say we actually hit 80% by Liberation Day, which is in July.
Now, as I previously shared in part 1 of this 2-part coverage, at first I was hesitant to join in on these efforts. It's been a day since I became fully vaccinated. I felt COVID-like symptoms from the vaccine as I contracted the virus back in August. The symptoms did not knock me as hard as when I had COVID, but I did experience fatigue, body aches, low energy, sore arm, and a throbbing headache from both of these doses. I do not regret my decision, as earlier this year when I contemplated getting the vaccine, I ultimately concluded that my why or my reason for getting vaccinated is because I know my choices don't only affect me, but every single being in this world. The choice is yours. I encourage everyone to do their research. And regardless of your decision, wash your hands, watch your distance, wear a mask, and stay safe. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
After repeated public and private urging by senators, Governor Leon Guerrero is now ready to meet on her huge $664 million windfall of federal pandemic relief. Lawmakers want input on how the money will be spent, and as Nestor Lecanto reports, the governor wants to talk about it.
Governor Leon Guerrero has written to Speaker Therese Terlahi and Republican Minority Leader Chris Duenas asking for a list of priorities ahead of a meeting on her spending plan that lawmakers from both sides have heavily lobbied for. Speaker Terlahi says she's personally asked several times.
We all know that if we don't know the details of how the $661 million is going to be spent, it's going to have implications on our budget, and we are going to be guessing, and that's not going to be good for anyone.
In her letter, the governor is urging a one Guam approach in order to pivot from crisis response to economic recovery. Terlahi says senators agree that the only way forward is to go together. The anticipated funds are equal to about a year's worth of general fund revenue, and Terlahi has ambitious goals.
This is a huge amount of money. It's unprecedented for Guam. It's very much needed, and I think it can make an impact for generations. So we are going to lift people out of poverty. We're going to make changes to our health system and our safety system so that we can live the way we've intended to live on Guam.
The governor plans to reserve about half the money, $300 million, for the construction of a new hospital, and senators publicly have been supportive.
Our role is, not to spend the money, but just to lay out the fiscal priorities for the government of Guam.
The governor has asked the legislature for its list of priorities by April 30th. A meeting date has not yet been announced. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
All right, we'll get back to local headlines in just a moment, but nationally, a vacation was just a dream for many of your fellow Americans last year due to the coronavirus pandemic. But with vaccinations accelerating, Americans are making up for lost time. Here's Danya Backus with more.
At airports nationwide,
looking for some fun in the sun.
People are taking off, many for their first vacation since the pandemic started.
We've been just cooped up in the house for too long right now, so just excited to get out.
And the Great Getaway is expected to continue through the summer months. A new survey from The Points Guy finds half of U.S. adults are likely to take at least one vacation between June and September.
A lot of them are planning on spending a pretty significant amount of money. In fact, over more than 4 out of 10 are actually anticipating spending more than $1,000 on these vacations.
But many won't be spending that money on plane tickets. Nearly half of those traveling plan to take a road trip, and beaches are one of the most popular places to go. But national parks are the top destination.
There's going to be a huge demand for visiting these attractions, so make sure you do your research and lock in those plans early because they're just going to get more and more filled up as we approach the summer.
Nick Ewan from The Points Guy says those traveling internationally will likely need to provide a negative COVID test.
Make sure you understand what it's going to take for you to get in and then what it's going to take for you to get back to the United States. And bear in mind, a lot of those things can change on a dime as case counts go up or go down.
Ewan says no matter where you travel, it's important to do your research and plan ahead. Danya Backus, CBS News, Los Angeles.
And finally, we want to get you up to speed on what's going on around the island in Guam's indigenous tongue. King Conception has your Chamorro news update.
Buenos and half a day.
Estige suntag finut sa morgen ni KUAM News para Huwebes, dia 22 de abril 2021. Después de eso na inapagkasenador siya, listo esta pauge magahaga luliangger para fanali por 664 milyon pesos na salapi no na federal para fanasistigi ipesti gunigi islata. Man malago senador siya no fansao no gi taimano salapi para magasta, ja gobyerno sa malago no fangwentus. Gobyerno sa tugi kata i Speaker Theresa Lahi sa ni magasi Republican na minyod, Chris Duenas, sa faisa no mapasalista at mas presiso para siya, anti di fanali para fanu ni planunya no taimano para manatsetbi salapi. Senador siya sa hagas pa faisa na gobyerno para utsaw gui esti. Ilinga si Terlay no mali gui sa ni gobyerno mas kumbiyahi para faisa direktamento. Gikatanya ay epoka gobyerno ang si One Guam approach para talang no sid girinespondon sa natsaga este na dalanto ni ekonomiya. Ilinga sa Terlay na hunggad man na seguridad senador siya nadza na siya manofot na hid sa kumumanhita todo. Isalapi ni mananangga sa kanaparewa sa na mahalungi General Fund. Zagay planulo ko si Terlay para iminawlik. Gobyerno sa planenya para susteni 600 milyon pesos para masa nuevo na hospital. Sa masupupot este ni legislatura. Afaisin si Leon Guerrero y legislatura no ilistan niya antes di diatan tagi abrit. Tabiati manun siya na ay na profan aldi. Di masa sunto, kung malingoy ito mo sa pudi pesti sa manaliligaw otro na klasen sotso, yung Department of Labor sa manufacturing di badiha na training para nuevo na tsasalani para umfasotso. Ilang Director Labor si David De La Sola, nagwahasalapi para este na program and training, lo tigaf migay. Pasaya epog na replikan sa gidas gi American Job Center, giza anigwag. Ilang mas na pauga na maulig na tempo para tutuhon umagang sa nalugad sa famatinas appointment, masya para makwalifika para anasisti. Pasta tangging gwahan niya siya na training sa kwalifika how pus maapasi how sempri. Islapi para este sa matugin na dislocated workers na grant, no baling 4 milyon pesos. Yoto mas asunto, si Senador Jim Moylan sa faisa ni Public Health para mababay ballroom siya gi hotel, esta hulog 75% na kapasidad, tagwi sa gantsumutsu. Mamaysan loke no manasuha 50 na kapasidad tauto gi ballroom, para mas ganan siya para siya profan mababa. Iling niya sedi size pe na distansya desti kadalamasa, lomunga masedi dinanya gi hallway. Patatsang na famboka, tagwi dangko na sa gantsumutsu no 65% kapasidad niya. Asangan na Sempre Hotel sa nafan matsotsor mas mega na tawtaw siya. Zata azuzuda niya delanto na ekonomiya. At ugi kata Director of Public Health Art San Augustine na nanagay nepi. Yuto mo, manahuzog ni Public Health azi guidance sa memo gimapos na semana. Niya na probido ceremony grinadua gisan halong guma. Loa ni manali dyan si Dr. Juan Flores, si Superintendent of Catholic Schools. Ha kontesta si Flores at na nasgayon. Ilinga si Flores na imadzon na artikulo gui na guidance. Sa iti sina may estima kwanto para magradua dyan ni familia niya no sina manulad gisan halo may fasilitadad dyan para mapraktiko din instansyan susyad. Ilinga si Flores na siyempre na naugi si Art San Augustine ni Director Public Health in mas nuevo siya na protocols dyan ni para taymano posisyon niya para kada uno na sa sedimentong graduation. Para KUAM News, Corsican Conception.
All right, everybody, we do have a special treat for you now. Our Hallam Hikes series, which is our partnership with the Micronesia Climate Control Alliance. They are taking you at various parts of the island where you can experience the wonderment of nature. And this week, we're taking you down to Umatic to check out Fuha and see how you can enjoy the hike down there. Check it out.
This island that we call home is a place filled with vast beauty. If we could take a moment to realize our island's beauty has many faces. From open sandy shores to rocky coastal cliff lines, the deep valleys to the freshwater caves of the limestone forests, to cascading waterfalls. Our island's beauty is endless. And that's why when we walk in this land, we walk with respect. We walk with a deep love and appreciation because we are blessed to live in such a beautiful place. Join us on this journey. Myla Hallam.
Hafa day, everyone, and welcome back to our episode 4 of the Hallam Hike series. Today we are going on a different type of pilgrimage from our previous episode to a site which has a long history with the Chamorro people if the legends speak true. A place whose significance have been rediscovered and given new life by those who learn of it. Fu'u Rock, as it is called today, is derived from the word Fu'una, the name of a goddess who you could say was a pretty big deal to the ancient Chamorros. Follow our Anaphimalic mentors once again as we discover more of what our land wants to teach us and examine the creation story of our ancient ancestors. That way, we could take another look at the mindset and lifestyle of our ancestors. By the end, we hope to show you why we think this place rocks.
Getting to the entrance of Fu'u requires you to take a stroll all the way down to the beautiful village of Umatic, or Humatak for all you chods out there. The easiest landmark to look out for is the power plant, which serves as the trailhead entrance and can be seen upon the entrance of the main village. On your right if you're coming from Agate, or on your left if you're exiting the village from Umatic Bay. The trailhead is pretty well established and will be hard to miss as long as you know you're not checking your MyFace or your Facebook while driving.
As always, to promote the safest means of enjoying this place, we recommend using tabbies or anything you are willing to get wet, as you may have to make like Fiji and wade in the water. Is that Fiji? I don't know. That means swim clothes or stuff that you don't care will get wet. Since this is both a land and beach hike, we recommend covering up or wearing sunblock and or a hat to block the UV sunlight from making you darker than you already are.
Upon entry of the trail, we are greeted by a familiar sight, the homeless Basula of Guam. These are the rejected, the discarded, the forgotten. They need good homes and good families to properly care for them. It only takes the simple donation of 2 fingers to pluck these poor souls from the poverty they are exposed to and provide them with the care they so desperately need.
The beginning of the trail is quite the easy stroll. The path is defined by tire tracks that keep the way relatively clear, with the occasional stray neti or fallen branch. In this area, our mentors were also made aware of the presence of the Babui Halamtanu, or wild pig. Some cultures revere them as guardians of the forest, but here on Guahan, they are known for ruining yards by digging up soil to eat root crops like dagu, or knocking down banana trees they didn't even plant themselves. Rude. If you suspect that there is one around, be extra cautious, but also make your presence known. A lot of times they may get spooked by the presence of humans since they are often hunted by locals, but they can be dangerous if they are desperate or territorial. Now that we are all nice and scared, let's walk faster and get away from here. We now get to the incline portion of this hike. It can be pretty steep for those of you who aren't quite as experienced. Pro tip for beginners, keep yourself low to the ground as you go down and walk with your body turned slightly like you're trying out for Prepahow or something. This portion of the hike doesn't last too long, so just hang in there and we'll be walking levelish in no time. Once we get to the coastline, there will be a noticeable change in the landscape of the coastline. Where Hilaan had white sandy beaches, the sand in this area is black and mixed with the silt and soil being deposited by the river nearby. This black sand, also known as iron sand, is named so because it contains magnetite, and can be picked up with a magnet, which we totally didn't forget to bring. Some useful applications of the sand include using it as abrasive to grind stone and shells for tools, and as part of aggregate used to make pottery or other clay-based items, which the river would have in abundance. It made sense then that some of the earliest examples of ancient Chamorro pottery are found along the bay. This place has no shortage of natural resources, fresh water, coastline and ocean access, and a plethora of other useful plants and trees, and could provide a pretty comfortable lifestyle for those who have visited or inhabited this area.
One tree found on the coastline was the pagu tree, or Hibiscus tiliaceus. It is identifiable by its round, heart-shaped leaves and yellow flowers it produces, which are edible as well. The bark of the pagu tree can also be used to make rope, and its wood, which is easily carved in light, can be used for things like bilimbautuzans or even outriggers for sailing vessels. Pretty awesome tree, right?
Now it's the plant's time to shine. The morning glory vine, or Ipomea triloba, is yet another plant which has more than one usage. Its flowers are also edible raw, and its leaves can be cooked and eaten as well. A more modern application is its usage on the inside of a snorkel mask. No need to bring toothpaste or tola into your mask now. To those who are unaware of the creation story of our ancestors, Fua just looks like a huge rock. So let's provide y'all with some context. According to the ancient Chamorros, the world was formed by the siblings Punten and Fo'una, sometimes referred to as Puntens and Fotna. Before Punten felt his life fading, he called Fotna to take his body and create the heavens and the earth. Once Fotna was finished carrying out her brother's request, she decided to turn herself into a giant stone and cast herself into the earth. It is said that the Fua rock is where she landed and birthed the first humans. Understanding this, it is easier to understand why Chamorros revered this place so much. Early Spanish accounts even state that ancient Chamorros gathered at Fua to pay homage to her each year. Today, Chamorros still visit this site as a way of getting in touch with their culture and history. Fua is a place that is symbolic of the reverence that our ancestors had, not only for the deities themselves, but for the land and all that it provides.
Our island is our inheritance. It holds pieces of our past and symbols of our strength. It holds the causes of our joy. It's a place where we come together. It is a place of healing. Our island is our refuge. Our island is a place of peace and tranquility. If we would just take a moment to find it. Si Diyos maasi, todos hamdo. Sana maasi, dan si Diyos van benindisi.
All right, so that was Harlem Hikes, of course, episode 4. If you want to see all of the episodes, each one, trust me when I tell you, is as stunning as that. 4 of them in all. We'll get a new episode. I believe Monday is the 5th and final episode of Harlem Hikes. Make sure to check it out. We got a YouTube channel, youtube.com/KUM News, and we got a playlist just for that. But please stay tuned, because when we come back, Mr. Chairman Mark Mendiola of the Guam Education Board is standing by, and he's going to talk about all things education when the link returns here on Thursday.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green
Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Morning on you. Huntley, Chant. 8:31. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room here on the link. Brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, Carrier, and Jack in the Box. Good morning. 8:32. I don't know why we're not seeing you.
You see me? I'm on.
Now we can see you. There you go. Yes. Education Board Chair Mark Mendiola joined us now. Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Happy Chris. Happy Jason. Buenas.
How you doing? Long time.
Yeah, we're doing good. There's just a lot of things going on. Of course, we're there's a tremendous amount of things going on with our government and with our people. So I just appreciate the opportunity to come on and just kind of give you an update of what's going on in the Department of Education. I'm pretty sure, our board has been quite busy actually a couple weeks ago, and we're a lot of new members, so we're getting updated. Most of us have taken our ethics training, and we have a boardsmanship training coming up to talk about just operations for the board. So there's a lot of things that we're basically doing, but one thing that we've been actually just kind of been consistent all along through this entire pandemic was we've been doing this healthy in school update briefing from the superintendent as to the things that we're doing to ensure that our schools are safe and that we're operating at the best we can considering all the situation we're in. And so I just want the community to know that we're kind of a good sized district for, we have about close to 30-some thousand kids. We have about 4,000 employees and about 41 schools that we're operating. So, when we make a decision, we got to make sure that we vet those decisions properly and we get all the stakeholders involved to, just so that we try and get as much information as out there as possible, so that accurate information, so that we reduce the anxiety of a lot of our families. And so, as of late, like I said, we continue to hold these briefings, and our board has been very consistent in the past. Even before the pandemic, where our meetings are online. We go Facebook Live, and thanks to our former PIO, Issa, she was the one that kind of put that out there for us. So we're able to continue on with that, just to inform the community of the tough decisions and, with the issues that's facing the department. And our superintendent has been at the forefront. I believe he meets with you folks on a weekly basis to kind of give you an update. Yeah. But for the board's perspective, our work in terms of policy, in terms of vetting and ensuring that we provide the superintendent the guidance necessary, I think it's important because we come from all different cross sections of our community. There's 5 of us that's elected and 4 of course, are appointed by the governor. And so, there's a lot of things we needed to take into consideration. And if you recall, Chris, when we first started this, we had 3 modes of learning. The take home, face-to-face, and of course, online. And so the last board meeting, a couple board meetings ago, actually, we decided that we're going to pivot and move to only 2 modes of learning, which is online and face-to-face. And so I'm pleased to note, just share with you that, through the help and support of the governor's office, we were able to get these, the technology devices into the hands of our students. So we have about 1,300 students so far that have picked up those MiFi devices that they could use at home. And in addition to that, we've also stood up these community resource centers out in the schools that provides the opportunity for our students to go to their schools and their community schools to get the help and support that they need. We understand that it's kind of, it's very challenging, but we're lagging behind, but we're really pushing. So when we send out the notice, Chris, to go to face-to-face or online, we had about 80% of the respondents said that they are going to go back face-to-face. So obviously the community is starting to feel a little bit safer with the vaccinations that we've been doing, our employees. And then of course, now we've increased, the governor has included the age, I think it was 16 and above now, right, for those who take the vaccine. So obviously that is playing a major part in, I guess, in releasing some of the anxiety from our folks.
And Mark,
yes, sir.
We had a comment here, because I know you guys are getting the ESF. There was like ESF 1, ESF 2, but how much of the 660 mil is DOE going to get? And then could you just run down the different dollar amounts of the federal aid that you received recently?
Yeah, so basically, the first initial funding that came through, and these are all federal dollars that's clearly directed over to the Department of Education through the U.S. Ed. And so initially we started out about 40 million. That was the first round. And that also included the support that we provided to the private schools. And so I think 10 million of that. But there was a certain percentage that was also given to the governor for her to kind of support what we were doing for the for the reopening of the schools, right? And just moving in that direction. And so that's been very key. And then fast forwarding to this one, initially the announcement came out that we're looking at about $180 million that they were going to provide for the Department of Education through US Ed for the reopening of schools. And then the superintendent I think he announced it on your station that that it's actually going to be 287 million, but this is spread over a period of time. So one of the things that's required by the Department of Education or US Ed, is that we go through our stakeholders and we get input from these folks to basically ask them what type of support or what type of activities are needed for the use of these funds. And so I know that the superintendent, we've had, Chris, many years ago, I don't know if you recall, it's called the deferred maintenance costs. I think that thing ran up to about close to $100 million. That's to basically upgrade it and modernize some of our current school facilities. And so, of course, when this notice came down, the Budget and Finance Committee, where I am a member, and also Dr. Mary Okada, we gave the superintendent, basically from the committee standpoint, said, hey, give us your top priorities in terms of the funding that we're looking at in terms of helping to support the schools. And please note that this funding has to be tied to the reopening of schools and making it safe and a healthy school, right? And so that 287, we're going to encourage the community to participate. And we've been doing that in the first 2 rounds of funding. We've actually had parent meetings. We've had stakeholder meetings from the north, south, and from the different districts out there. And so we're able to provide that back to US Ed, and we've been able to get some of those fundings coming in. But one of the toughest things, Chris, and I just got to be honest with folks, is of course, our procurement process, right? And when you're dealing with federal funding, you got to be very careful of how that money is spent and use it for its intended purpose. And so, one of the things with the department that we stand very proud on is that we had another clean audit. And so that's a major accomplishment for our department. I think this is 7 years already that we've done this clean audit. And that just shows, that our federal partners, that the government of Guam and DOE in particular has no question costs or material weaknesses, and that we are managing our resources, both local and federal. And, I just want to thank also our public auditor, BJ, because he actually really pushed the envelope, pushed the issue and said, hey, everybody's got to submit their audits in on time. And so the Department of Education was able to do that, and we're able to come out with a good, solid footing on our financials. So that's going to go a long ways, because it shows that we're handling our financial resources. And our ultimate goal on that end, Chris, is to really get off this high risk status where the federal government has a third party overseeing some of our
Right,
how we spend our
But
dollars. And
when though, Chair? Because it's 7 years of clean audits. You would think that would be good enough for this
yeah.
third party
So Chris,
or the
yeah.
feds.
So since I've come on board, Chris, the previous federal administration, of course, the Trump administration, we had a direct line to the Secretary of Ed and the Assistant Secretary Frank Brogan, and man, we really moved a lot, because at that point the board was not really involved. But I asked the superintendent, I said, the board really needs to get involved in this, because we're using local dollars to pay for these third-party fiduciary. And when I first came on board, I think we're paying to the tune of about $4 million, and we got it down to like about $2 million that we're paying.
A what?
But
A year?
yeah, it's basically for the oversight of the
Right,
third party, which
yeah.
is a requirement from the federal side. But
Yeah.
you're absolutely right. Most of the work right now has been transitioned to our department, and we're making the case. And so coming out with a strong audit just lets them know that, hey, yes, the Department of Education is ready. And so we've
But-
submitted a plan, of course, the superintendent, and then we have our internal audit, Frank Cooperners. We're just pushing through, and our goal really right now with this new administration, we're starting the transition. So we've already made contacts with the new leadership of the U.S. Ed, but there are still senior members that are civil employees with the U.S. Ed that has basically provided us the opportunity to continue on and not lose the historical knowledge and data, with the transition of their team.
Mark, so I know obviously is it the feds call, or how much say does the third party group have in telling the federal government, like, yeah, Gov Guam, GDOE, they're good now, they can do their own thing?
Yeah, so really there are contractors, and we're required by the third party, but really what it is just the department, they have no real say in terms of saying whether we are ready to go or not. They can state their opinions, but
Yeah.
of course it's the department. We got to be ready, because many years ago, Chris, if you recall, man, the books were not auditable, and there was just a lot of inventory and assets that were missing from our department. Now we have a tracking system. We have, people in the helm of the department now, and the stability. And one of the things that was very key was stability in the leadership of the Department of Education. And so, of course, our superintendent now is the longest serving superintendent in this chief state executive officers group, I think serving at 8 years now within the department. So it's just a stability, Chris. And when the superintendent and of course the board and our community stakeholders are all in tandem saying, hey, look, we've come a long ways, we need to get off of this thing, it's a strong case. But of course, one of the things about working with the federal government, sometimes it can be very slow and glacial in terms of making a decision, but we've been making the case, and we have an internal audit office that has been, beefed up, and we're pushing. They gave us a plan, which is the reevaluation plan, and our goal is to get them to, now that the new administration is coming in, I think over 100 days, we're really going to push for us to be at the table again, whether it be by virtual or going and visiting with them. Because aside from the federal dollars that we're getting from the support for the pandemic, we're also managing about close to $60 to $70 million in federal funding for our services that we provide to our kids. So there is a tremendous amount of money that's going to be coming to the department. And our goal right now with the superintendent is to put these plans in place that it's sustainable. we don't want to just buy these things right now and then come 10 years or 5 years from now, all the pandemic money has been utilized, and we're like, okay, what are we going to do?
What are we going to do with all these? What are we going to do with all these sneeze guards?
Right. And so those are the things that, we definitely have to take into consideration, because, especially with the air conditioning, the quality of air, right?
Yeah.
And so we definitely got to start looking at that. And of course, we've also tried to look at alternative energy options to reduce the cost of our utilities. And so one of the biggest things right now, Chris, that our board is focused on, and Robert Crisostomo is leading that effort, that is the strategic plan for the Department of Education. To dust that off, there was a lot of work that's gone into it, and we're revisiting it, updating it, and we're making the transition because of the current situation we're in, and then what are we going to look forward. So it's primarily our curriculum, the safety of our schools, the facilities. Those are the themes that we're kind of looking at. There's two more that we're also looking at in terms of our strategic plan. And then once we develop the department, we're going to send it out and get the input from our community. We're going to engage as much as possible, Chris. And that's the key for ensuring that, the department is held accountable for the resources and the decisions we make. And I just want to, for a plug, because of the gaps in education, with the current structure that we're set up, please invite our community for summer school. There's a summer school opportunity for our kids that need that additional support. So registration is open until May 7th, and we're all going to have summer school in all the schools. So that's another, added value for some of our kids that are falling behind or have fall behind because of, the situation that we were dealing with at the time. So, obviously we're confident in the leadership of our department, from the superintendent to Deputy Joe Sanchez, Erica Cruz, and Zenny Nace. Of course, these are the people at the top, but there's people that have been working in the background that have been really pushing hard to get these supports out. Our federal programs administrator, Ike Santos, and the team that has been just really trying to get all the materials out to the schools. And I just got to say, Chris, ever since, if I can use that term, our nurses have been tasked and tapped to provide support, as well as our social workers to provide mental health support. So the Department of Education has been doing its part in also contributing to the combat of this, this virus. The other thing too, that is another component that I just want to give a shout out to our people, Chris, are the people that are helping with the food distribution. We have our school aides, we have our administrators, and boy, I gotta say, we have top-notch administrators out there that really care for our community and our schools. And I just want to thank them because they come up with their ideas on how to improve, whether it be workflow or whether it be the curriculum side, but they are the key outreach for our district out in our community. So I just want to extend my to these folks. If we don't say it enough, we're saying it out loud that, we're really pushing together as one department, one agency, GDOE.
What's the dynamic of this new board, Mark, now that you guys are a few months into doing the work?
You know what? We got some seasoned members. Of course, we got Maria Gutierrez. We got Pete Addo, who's been on the board many times, Lou Beneventi. These guys bring the historical knowledge. A lot of it, when they say, back in the day, we tried this, and it really adds to the conversation. And then you got, really good people who are experts in their field, I believe. We have a very awesome parent representative, Ms. Carlin Borja. She has two children, I believe, with special needs. And so she adds that value to the conversation when dealing with a child with special needs. I have a child with special needs as well. We have Ms. Felly, who was a previous administrator or teacher at the school system. We have Robert Crisostomo, who was a previous administrator, but currently a principal at a private school. Right. And then, of course, Dr. Mary Okada, who brings a wealth of knowledge in dealing with the federal government, also dealing with the way we deal with the federal government and the way we deal with our finances. And so she provides that insight and that guidance. And so it's a big, we come from a good cross section of our community in terms of our, and how we contributed. But the 5 elected board members, of course, we go through that process, and then the appointees of the governor. But I can say that this board, in terms of respecting each other, respecting each other's position, we also have Dr. Ron McNitch, who is also from the business community. So also getting his input in there and understanding the political landscape too has been helpful for us. But we, Chris, in terms of our board, it's a great makeup of our community, and we all have different expertise. We all bring something to the table. And so, we're just fortunate enough that, we have a open dialogue with our superintendent, and that, if there's an issue that needs to be raised, whether it be an operational issue, we direct it to him. But if it's a policy issue, that's where the conversation for the department really needs to focus on long-term, big issue type of policies for the department. For instance, like our curriculum side of piece. But the strategic plan that the board is assisting in the development of is really going to drive the department for the next couple of years. And there's a lot of interesting data, Chris, in terms of our graduation rates, our students that are able to go out and complete globally once they graduate from our schools, and a great partnership with GCC and the University of Guam, because now we're starting to track that data as to where our kids are going, whether they're going into the workforce, they're going into the military, or they're going into higher ed. So we have a graduation coming up this couple of weeks. I'm going to be the proud parent of a graduate. My first baby is going to be graduating from Teason High. So go Titans. And, we just look forward to our students going out there and being able to further and be successful in their careers. But, that's the long answer. I'm confident that this board's going to do everything in its power to ensure that we ask the tough questions, but also provide solutions to the challenges that we face within the Department of Education.
Can you just run through the graduation plans for the department?
From the briefing that we got, and usually we kind of get a briefing a little bit closer, but a couple of weeks ago, it's going to be, we're going to continue with the grad and go type format. And that was discussed and vetted with our principals, our administrators, and it came up to the superintendent and also up to the, of course, bringing to the attention of the board. Obviously, the graduation is an operational issue and it really belongs to the department. And so the superintendent, of course, we didn't realize that, as the governor eases off on her conditions of readiness, or is it PCOR 3 and 4, so we have to plan accordingly and far out enough, Chris, because, to plan for that large of graduating classes and stuff like that is, you can't just turn a switch overnight and say, this is how we're going to do it. There's a lot of planning that leads up to that, but it also includes the input of our students. We have a student representative on the board, and these student representatives, the IBOGs, contribute to the conversation, and they give a monthly report to the board as part of their participation at the board level. And Ms. Gutierrez is actually the advisor for that group. So there's a direct link from the student leadership to the board, should they have any issues regarding, and of course, we would like to have the face-to-face graduations, but at this point, we're just going through the guidances from our public health and our partners.
Right on. And just to be clear, Mark, when we talk about return to face-to-face, that's for next school year.
Yes. So that's the pivoting of our thing. So this is right now a transition period for us. And then, of course, during the summer school programs, just communicate with your schools. I asked the parents, the principals are willing and ready to respond to any of your questions specific to your schools. Oftentimes we'll get, some folks may want to reach out to board members specifically, but I always tell them, say, go talk to your administrator. They're going to give you the direct answer as to what is going on in their particular schools. Right. And that's the key. Right. And, but I got to say, whenever that's brought to our attention, we send it back to the superintendent for him to work with his management team to respond to that individual or the parent.
What are you anticipating, Mark, with just grading? Because I know earlier last year in the pandemic, John had come on and talked about, I don't know what else to call it other than like maybe mercy grading, right? And just factoring in how everybody was just dealing with this pandemic. Is it going to be similar with the grading for the end of this school year, or is it kind of like, okay, you guys got your pass?
Yeah, to my knowledge, I know it's kind of like performance based, right? And so my wife's a teacher too, so sometimes she tries to explain it to me. I'm like, wow, our teachers are awesome because they have to pivot and also make that change, right?
Right.
And so we've gone into standard based grading, of course, but in addition to that, during this pandemic, it's the proficiency level of the student and is based on their performance. And so I do know that if there's going to be any changes to that, of course, it'll be brought to the board. So as it stands right now, it'll be status quo until it's brought to the board. And Deputy Superintendent Joe Sanchez briefs the board through the committee, which is led by Lou Beneventi. And so if any changes are going to come before the board, it's going to be vetted thoroughly by our stakeholders, the GFT, of course, and our parents, and and that's the key, is just getting everybody's input. It was very tough and very difficult, Chris, to pivot to that type of format, but our team and our department felt that that was the best way to kind of address that specific issue. And so, when the superintendent brought it to us for our basically sanctioning, if you will, on how they were going to proceed, the board, said, okay, we started asking the tough questions, and we made sure that there was input from all the stakeholders that needed to be asked, their input. So, yeah. So at this point, to answer your question, it's still status quo until it comes from the superintendent to the community.
It's so unfortunate because I remember before the pandemic, I want to say 2019, I did a story on the test results. I want to say it was the ACT, and there were like areas where we were doing really good, right? And elementary level, I mean, there were some obvious trouble spots, but there were also areas where there were, significant improvements that were made, and then the pandemic happened, right?
Right.
So it's kind of
yeah, and that's the thing, when when you do these assessments, it basically gives you a snapshot of where we are as a district, and that's one of the reasons why we're reviewing the strategic plan. So that gives us an updated vision of where we need to be. And so, of course, with this pandemic, that's the reason why we're adding that additional summer school component for our students, and all those additional supports that are necessary. And so part of that funding that we are getting from the federal side is to also provide that additional supports for our students to get the additional support for their academics. And so those are the things that we're really going to focus on this strategic plan. And so that will be unveiled and rolled out. And that's just for the future moving forward, because obviously, there may be in the near future, who knows, Chris, that we may be having online schools for those who just want to do online. It's open that type of discussion. And if you look at what's going on in throughout the world in other districts, school districts, it's nothing unique that Guam is in the same situation, but it's how we're managing and how we're taking the resources to look beyond what we're currently faced with. And I think that's the key, where the board is really saying, hey, Mr. Superintendent and team, we get it that we got this money to deal with this current situation, but when we start looking for the future, what is the department going to look like 5-10 years from now without this funding? And that's the key, because obviously, when we start, like the governor's trying to reopen the economy, and GVB is trying to open up tourism, we still also have to worry about the component within our government, which is to provide educational services to our students. And so it goes hand in hand. But I just got to say that the superintendent has been meeting with the lieutenant governor, and the lieutenant governor has been a really good partner in ensuring that the Department of Education has a good understanding with also what they're doing on that end, and then coming back to the department and saying, okay. And so there's active communication going on with the lieutenant governor and the superintendent, and then of course through the board.
When you talk about having to dust off the strategic education plan that you guys are going to release soon, what were some of the areas in the plan that had to be significantly improved upon, or just kind of like we're so dated that you're like, okay, that's out the window?
Yeah, so it's not, yeah, from just some of the discussions we're looking at, of course, you brought it up about the assessments, the test scores, and so we said that, a certain percentage of students are going to be able to perform at this level, right? And so, with the collection of data, and then also our graduation rates, our retention rates. So if a freshman comes in, is that freshman making it to his senior year? And if not, what are we doing to do those interventions so that we can ensure that they graduate? And then also the other partnerships that we have with GCC and the University of Guam, that's another key component, right? So you're looking at all these different partnerships that we have out there, and how do we retool them so that we can ensure that, we're taking the data that we have and then we're putting it to something that we can measure it upon and to see really how the Department of Education is doing. And so the superintendent always provides that yearly educational report, and it gives the numbers and the data. And so, we're tracking. But the other thing too, really, Chris, is also in terms of our safety and the facilities of our schools. A lot of our schools are kind of old. So we have Simon Sanchez, that's on the plate for the rebuilding. And so we were briefed on the board that Simon Sanchez in the design phase, and the designer was selected, and they're going out there. And so we got to start looking at some of the other schools that need in dire need of some support in terms of their facilities, but also in terms of just everything that's connected to education.
Well, good talk, Mark. Anything in closing here?
Yeah, I just want to thank the parents. Without their support, but of their kids, we would not be able to do what we're doing. So continue to just stay informed with the notices coming out from your schools. And if you have questions specifically to your school, communicate with the administrator. They're your first line to provide the information to you real time. And, of course, through the superintendent's office, when it comes to board activities or board, we'll gladly send that information out to you. So our goal is to really just work on our strategic plan, ensure that we're utilizing the federal funding resources that we're getting in the best possible way, so that we can think about, the future of our Department of Education. So Chris and Donklin and Sudus Masi for allowing me to come on board. I know I kind of got long-winded, but I'm excited about education because usually when a natural disaster occurs, when schools open, people realize that, okay, we're going back to normal, and we're starting to go back to some sense of normalcy. Right. And I just want to thank our superintendent, his leadership team. Can't say enough about what they've been able to do, but also those people in the trenches and our teachers, our faculty, and our administrators. Thank you very much for all that you do. And we'll continue in this journey together, and we'll continue to push on. So thank you very much.
Right on. And just, so the Superintendent John always comes on every Wednesday, but this week he wasn't able to come on because he's going around to the schools with his yardstick, measuring. He's measuring the space between desks to make sure everything's compliant.
Yeah. And Chris, I think that's, indicative of his leadership style. Right, I think that's basically, he's going out into the trenches, meeting with the staff that's out there, ensuring that they are heard and that he's able to make decisions on the ground when it comes to dealing with specific issues at schools. Each school has a different dynamic, and anybody will tell you that. But when you get the head of the department or the agency going out there and reassuring his people that, we have their best interests at heart, that's the best way to kind of have that communication. But I can say through the board, we have every stakeholder pretty much represented on that board. And sometimes we ask the superintendent those tough questions, and rest assured that, we'll continue that dialogue and we'll continue to push the Department of Education forward.
There you go. Mark Mendiola, Guam Education Board Chair. He is excited about education. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. God bless.
See you tomorrow. Right on. There you go. 9:03. Hey, we'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of the show next. Good morning.
Finally. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Cotero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Addis Trust and Investment, location, service, trust, is a proud partner of the KUAM Care Force.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
All right, everybody, it is Thursday. We are well into the 9 o'clock hour. Happy Thursday morning to you, wherever you're watching us from. It is time to get fit. By no means during the pandemic did we say stop exercising. You have to make sure that you are doing something active. And we have a bunch of friends, many of whom are in the island's law enforcement community, very trusted and honorable members of our community, as well as Paul Claris, someone who knows more about fitness. He's forgotten more about fitness than most of us will ever know. So we are very happy to have Paul here. We're also joined by the very honorable District Court Chief Judge, Francis Tadenko Gatewood. Your Honor, always good to see you.
Thank you, Jason.
All right, and can't wait to see what happens with those plum tomatoes when you and Sabrina and Chris go head to head with your growing challenge. We're gonna get to that when the deadline is up. But we also have Charlene Guerrero, the financial administrator from the District Court of Guam downtown. Charlene, Hafaday, good morning.
Hafaday, good morning.
And then from the Department of Youth Affairs, Deputy Director Crisinda Uggan. Good morning, Crisinda.
Good morning, Hafaday.
All right, very good to see you all. And man, when I found out that we were going to do an interview about the Jump for Justice event, I literally jumped and I was like, this is an amazing concept and everything. Because, Your Honor, we'll start with you because I know typically you're used to banging the gavel, but as I understand it, you can also work a pretty mean jump rope.
Well, I think pre-breaking my ankle 3 years ago, I could probably jump the rope, but, and Paul Claris would know that, but, the Jump for Justice program, we're pretty excited about it. Is part of our youth. It is Youth Month this month, but it's also part of Law Month activity, and we're kicking off Law Month with a Jump for Justice exercise activity, and our mission is to promote fun and healthy exercise that produces positive changes in the body and the brain. And what better person to have partner up with the local judiciary, federal judiciary, and the Guam Bar than someone like Paul Claris, who knows a lot about exercise. So we're excited to do this and our partnership with DYA. That's why we have Crisinda Uggan here. And so rather than just have the, traditionally we have we have events with children who attend DOE schools and private schools as well, and military schools. But we decided that we wanted to also go to disenfranchised students, including those at DYA. So we're excited to partnership with DYA on this activity.
All right, excellent. And I do want to get into the mechanics of the jump rope because remember, I grew up watching the Rocky movies, so jump rope to me is like like a completely different level. That's when they're doing the cross thing and whipping the floor and everything. Like I'm 6'3", so if you've never seen me even attempt to jump rope, consider yourself blessed because I look like a giraffe tripping over himself. So there are people way more coordinated than I that will do this, but certainly a very worthwhile event. So let's talk to Crisinda now about kind of the youth tie-in and some of the positive messages and some of the lifelong lessons, Crisinda, that participating young people will get from taking part in this event.
Well, I was able to participate in the 2019 Jump for Justice, and it was really amazing. Jump for Justice is a great opportunity for our clients to participate in activities that promote fun and healthy exercise, and that would hopefully transcend into a better physical and mental health. This is obviously a very physical activity, and being involved in the last one, you can see and sense the focus, the persistence, and competitiveness, and I repeat, competitiveness that they probably weren't aware they had. So it was definitely an amazing event in 2019, and we look forward to the same result with the upcoming Jump for Justice. These clients who are incarcerated do not, they come from various backgrounds, and with activities such as these, we want to bridge the gap and provide the supports for more positive choices in life and really curbing repeat offenses and doing better for themselves, actually. So it's definitely a very positive activity for them, and we're very happy to participate.
I would say for so many of these young people that find themselves in these unfortunate circumstances, I mean, this is quite literally an figuratively, this is an outlet for them.
Yeah, definitely. Any type of physical activity, we have them coming out even during the day. But when you have a group or organization spearheading this and really showing interest in them, you know, it transcends into a much bigger thing, and it gives them, I guess, the confidence and, you know, the knowledge that there are more opportunities out there for them, not only with this activity, but by taking this example and participating, you know, you improve their lives, period. A lot of positivity, a lot of, you know, collective support. So this activity definitely transcends into that for them.
And Charlene, if I could bring you in for this part, it's, you know, anytime the court system, you know, under, you know, Her Honor's leadership and everything, every time they try and use, you know, allegories or physical fitness or some sort of vehicle to promote a positive message to members of our community and everything, like, it's not just like one or two staffers that are detailed to it down at the district court. It's basically the entire organization gets behind it and says, you know, we want to promote positive change in our community. So from a teamwork standpoint, how is the organization getting behind this, and how are you taking part in the Jump for Justice?
It's by default, I guess. But no, I actually enjoy doing this part because I'm a little, I do exercise at Custom Fitness. And so I would say I'm somewhat fit. So I enjoy reaching out to the kids out there. And then also with other parts of Law Month. So with that said, I'm here by default because of the fact that I do enjoy this part of the action for the court system.
Well, you're a perfect advocate for this kind of thing, and you can say you can bring your own, you know, passion and what the simple art of jumping rope, you know, can mean to you, and you can definitely communicate that to young people.
But I don't know how to do double unders yet. I'm still trying. It's been like years. I keep on trying. I'm only a single under person still.
Well, for the mechanics now, let's go to the man himself. So Coach Paul and everything, what is involved with you know, jumping rope? And I'm sure you're going to start with, you know, like the basic calisthenics of it, and then how hardcore do you actually go?
Well, you know, first and foremost, let's jump rope is one of the most simplest but yet most difficult exercises you can do. It's funny how you can give a 3-year-old and they'll kind of be able to jump rope faster than a 30-year-old that has never been jumping rope before. So, and just in terms of general jump roping, I think a couple of things, just keeping the legs straight, relaxing the hands, and people don't realize the jump rope is like that big. So when in terms of jumping, you only need to jump that much. So just kind of getting the rhythm, and it's all about rhythm and a little bit of coordination. So once you kind of teach the kids a little bit of rhythm, I mean, they pick up really, really quick. You know, and that's the beauty of it. It's a skill that realistically it takes 10 to 15 minutes to acquire, but in terms of perfection, you just need to practice.
Exactly. And what do you see as far as, you know, when people participate in this and they were like, oh yeah, anybody can like jump rope, and you know, I can probably do it for like 15 seconds, and then you see people doing it for multiple minutes at a time, and what does it say for their self-confidence and their sense of self?
Well, I think the biggest thing, especially with the demographic that we're dealing with, is when we go there, it's super exciting for us because we get to teach them a skill. But as they acquire the skills, like Christina was saying, they acquire that positivity. They have other things to kind of look forward to. And especially as they improve, self-confidence improves, and a lot of things just kind of evolve from that. And being able to have that self-confidence and being able to evolve as not just like an athlete, but as a person, to have that confidence, I think it just helps them in general, you know, and we're really happy to kind of bring that to them and kind of show them that, hey, you have more support on your end if you kind of put a little bit of effort into it.
And Coach, who better than you, you know, as someone who has dedicated his life to educating Guamanians about, you know, the total body system physical fitness, and most people would probably naively, including me, think that, you know, okay, well, jumping rope, it's just maybe your calf muscles and your wrists. But no, I mean, it's your quads, it's your lungs, it's, as you said, hand-eye coordination. It's really putting your whole body into doing this and doing it right.
Definitely, and I think the kids truly appreciate it. I mean, the first time we do it all, it's fairly easy, but when we start to get into the skill set of it, and we start actually really trying to increase their efficiency, that's when they start to having a little bit of fun and, all right, this is how many reps I can do in a minute, and they kind of go from there.
All right, I want to talk about, you know, like some of the more advanced stuff in just a moment. But Your Honor, if I can go back to you, if I may, you know, as long as I've known you and had the pleasure of interviewing you, you've always, again, you've tried to use different means of communicating positive messages to young people. So I would assume that the simple act of jumping rope and, you know, what it means is a perfect vehicle to tell to young people, you know, this is something that requires a lot of self-discipline, a lot of perseverance, a lot of commitment, and it's going to do a lot for you. But I mean, this is basically a perfect allegory for life.
Well, yeah, I think you said that so well, Jason, and it's, you know, part of having a balanced life is exercise. And what better exercise than jump rope? Like Mr. Claris indicated, Paul indicated, you know, this is, first of all, it's a cheap exercise. You just, you know, buy a jump rope. It's not that expensive. And we're really pleased. It's not just the district court, it's the Guam Bar Association local court partnering up with Custom Fitness. And we're going to donate the ropes. I mean, Paul Claris, Dr. Ryan Claire Shirley have already gone down with Crescinda and Melanie Brennan to work with the kids. And they already did practice sessions. They taught them the technique of jumping. And so, you know, it's a very, it's like walking or running outside. You can just do it. It's going to be a cheap exercise. You can do it at home. You don't have to go to a gym. And so part of that is just ensuring that your life is even more balanced on the health aspect, you know, having a healthy life and exercising. So we're really glad to send that message to, you know, to even disenfranchised children of DIA during Law Month.
Okay, Crescinda, I know there are people watching this right now because, you know, like it's so much of a part of who we are as islanders. And, you know, we live and we breathe the spirit of Inafamalig, right? Taking care of each other. If people are watching this right now and they were like, man, that sounds fantastic. I would love to get involved with this either as a mentor or, you know, just to help, you know, DYA in the court system in any way I can. We still live in a really weird world because of COVID-19, unfortunately. But if people are watching this right now saying, I'd like to get involved, is there any way that they can do so? Oops, I think you're still muted, Crescinda.
My apologies.
No problem. See, as Pacific Islanders, we live and breathe in Nafamalig, but we also live and breathe. Don't talk over somebody else, boy. That's what my grandmother taught me.
I know, huh? So, well, you know, as we return to new norms within the facility, we are really extremely grateful to the various organizations, such as the judiciary and nonprofit organizations like Manyetlu, who come in and, you know, they prepare these activities and they carry them out with our clients. So, you know, as for anybody else who is interested, definitely we welcome that and we appreciate it because, you know, like you said, these times have brought on harsh changes in our lives, and to some extent, we have to bridge the gap and we have to provide the balance for the clients. So if they are interested, kindly call the Department of Youth Affairs and we will connect you with the varying divisions that would, you know, definitely help out and have you participate in keeping our clients active.
Okay. And Charlene, would you agree that, you know, taking part in improving the lives of you know, like young people and people in unfortunate situations at this level will greatly improve their chance so that they won't have to interact with you and Her Honor, you know, like in the professional setting that you're on right there. It will keep them away from having to, you know, possibly appear before you guys.
Yes, I think it's so. In fact, if they have like some means of exercising or jump or like for just jump roping, it will get their mind off of other things. And, you know, like if there's having issues or whatnot, like for me, I would like always go exercise. That's like my sounding board. That's where I kind of like escape from things that go, I mean, like things around me and so forth. So I think that would be a great idea in terms of these kids, you know, just starting them off, you know, just like it was just simple as jump roping or any form of exercise, just to keep their minds off of other things.
And may I ask, Charlene, how long have you been able to go like nonstop jump roping?
Oh my gosh. I want to say, and this is just single unders, okay? This is just, I think the most I've ever done nonstop was 100.
That's not bad. That's actually very impressive.
Yeah, because then your calves start to burn, and you have, yeah. I think it's about 100.
Okay, well,
Now
well,
stop and then continue.
yeah, Coach. What are some of the more, like after, like kids get an idea and they're like, okay, I got this, and admittedly some kids may be a little bit harder to reach it. Like at this point, they're like, okay, well, jump rope, that's for anybody. When kids really start to challenge themselves and you really start to get into some of the more advanced things, what are you having them do?
So usually after we figure the jump rope, then we need to figure a way how to challenge them more, like you said. So we can add some air squats in there, or prolong the time for the jump rope. Or then from there, if they're really good at jump roping, then we do double unders, which is 2 rotations for every 1 jump. And if they're really good, then you do a triple under, which is 3 rotations for every jump. But like I said, kids pick up really fast and they're really good at that.
You lost me at triple jump, Paul.
Well, Chris is already at quadruple unders. That's fine.
Wow, that's got to be some kind of world's record.
I got you, Chris.
I got you, Paul.
So, Your Honor, I guess in closing and everything like that, what would you want to be like the overall message to the community about why this is important? Because again, you've made so many strides and like taken so many steps to make sure that there are various ways to reach out to people, not just youth, but like people all over Guam and everything like that, to make smart choices and to live a good life.
Well, I think what, really it's the youth. I mean, like I said, we've extended it out to the DYA children. And I think one of our vision, we talked with Paul Claris and Crescinda and Melanie Brennan, is they have the community centers. So we want to even expand it to other children that are part of the DYA program. And we haven't been able to do that because of COVID, but it is to make healthy choices like Paul has indicated, and to make exercise a part of your lifestyle, and to choose an exercise as simple as jump roping or walking or running. I mean, we're talking about jump roping, and we're excited because they're going to have their competition on Saturday, and we have cash prizes. Cash is king. I'm sorry, not Saturday, Monday. Cash is king. Kids anyway, for many reasons. So the Guam Bar Association under Jackie Terlahi, the local judiciary of Guam under Chief Justice Carbolito, and the District Court of Guam under my leadership, we've all joined together with Custom Fitness to promote this healthy lifestyle of jumping for justice during Law Month.
Excellent. Well, you know what? If we may maybe fittingly jump in, Jackie's my cousin, so I would say, like, Your Honor, I'd like to challenge Jackie and see, like, and we'll see if we can help with some of the prizes, and say I'd like to see if Jackie and I could go head to head with jump roping, even if from a safe, socially distant space.
You know what? I'm sure on her behalf, I accept that challenge.
Watch yourself, Jay, because the justice loves a challenge. Yeah. Take my word for it.
Yes. I see Chris Barnett is so sad because his tomato plant's going bad. So I just brought some of my tomatoes to
Yeah.
Ooh, those are nice.
Way to rub it in.
I tell you honestly, it's really not true, but I just wanted to tease him.
Well, we are going to catch up with you, Your Honor, when it comes to that challenge, because I know Sabrina's is growing nice. Chris is, maybe trying to grow.
Hey, did you already talk about the benefits of jump roping with Paul?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, you did? Okay, so I missed it. Cardio, right, Paul?
Hey, Kristen, Jason, I would like to also reach out to my KFC Guam. They're actually donating the lunch boxes for the youth at DYA.
Nice.
So
excellent.
That's sweet.
Thank them and appreciate what they're doing in that aspect.
That's funny you mentioned that, because that's one of my secrets to jump roping is I hold a KFC drumstick right here, and then I just I could jump rope from here to Anigua.
You're so extra, Chris. Most people would say just dangle the carrot. For you, it's got to be like
chicken.
It's
got to be something with meat, fried, hopefully fried. Thank you, everybody, and jump around, jump up, and jump down. I just had to. It was in my head the whole time.
You know what, Chris? Make it like jump for justice, not a little
more justice. Got you. Okay.
Yeah, justice. Okay.
I'll work on it.
But I like it. We like the beat. We like the rhythm.
That's a starting point. Thank you, guys. We'll see you. Okay, Paul, Crescinda, Charlene, Your Honor.
Something very, very simple, and it's going to last a lifetime to these young people.
Amen.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you.
There you go.
Thank you.
All rise. We'll see you. Okay, you guys can sit down now.
You've been waiting all morning to say
I
that.
have
right?
been waiting all week to say that. Hey, it's 9:28. We're going to take a quick break and come back and do Burger King's Cover Me next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on The Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Cotero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccine Nation.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Addis Trust and Investment, location, service, trust, is a proud partner of the KUAM Care Force.
All right, welcome back to The Link. A fantastic interview about Jump for Justice and everything. A very, very worthwhile event to be sure. Please make sure and get involved if you can. Call the Department of Youth Affairs if you would like more information. But we are checking in on the educational front now with a good friend of ours for many, many years, Al Garrido, who currently is the head of ISA, the sports organization on Guam. So it's basically like the big one, and there is a lot going on in island sports. So Al, Hafaday, good morning, bro.
Hafaday, good morning, everybody. Morning, Chris. Morning, Jason.
Yeah, so I know you've got a bunch of things going on, like, you know, career-wise and everything. We're going to talk about, you know, like some of your upward mobility, I guess is the right word. But how is island sports now? Because, I mean, I've known you for, you know, going on 25 years and everything like that. You've always been a mainstay of island athletics, you know, as either as a player or as a coach and then eventually as administrator. How is the tempo right now? You know, what's been the turnout, you know, and how is everybody like abiding by these restrictions and the rules?
Well, yeah, at first it was really very, very careful grounds we were trying to navigate there, something that nobody has ever done. We started our league as well as IAG, and we were all under very strict protocols and guidelines. Kids were wearing masks during games. At volleyball games, you'd see the volleyball get rolled and it'd be wiped up before the next rally. At softball games, we had to use the defending team, which was the pitching team, had to use their own softballs, and then they had to switch out. So there's a lot of different rules that the kids had to follow. But in the end, if you sat there, you were seeing an interscholastic competition going on, and there was a lot of fun. There was a lot of competition. If you saw that video of our softball champions when Academy won, it was another softball game. And if you saw the video when GW won their first volleyball title for ISA, that was another exciting competition as well. I spoke earlier with Dave, and I told him about something that the media missed, which was pretty cool, was, you know, how we were televising these games at GW, and outside, all the parents were outside in their cars, and once that final whistle was blown and the girls were running and jumping on each other, the horns were honking outside, the lights were flashing, and it was like a huge event outside, which is very unique to our island and probably to the entire world. But it was something that gathered everybody together. Sports is definitely something that brings everyone together.
Okay, now let me ask you something like that. As not only as a participant of athletics and everything, but as a fan of sport, you know, and all of us are. And try and be as, you know, like as subjective or objective, I should say, as you can and everything like that. Admittedly, we've all been a year without being able to play on a court, on a field, in the sand, in the grass, and everything like that. How is the caliber of play and the competition right now? Because, I mean, I see the highlights, and it looks like, you know, obviously these kids have been raring to go for a long time and everything like that. But have their games even like waned a little bit, or are they gunning at full speed?
You can see it mostly in the developmental years, like our incoming freshmen who are 8th to 9th grade who missed that 9th grade year and coming into sophomore year. And then the ones incoming from 8th grade who missed the 8th grade year and are starting 9th grade year. But having said that, if you went out and you watched, for example, the FD boys volleyball team, I mean, these guys are jumping high into the air and hitting that ball down. If you watch the Tizen versus Okuru game, those guys are hustling all over the place. And so although the athletic ability might have dropped a little bit because of the almost literally 10 months of inactivity for almost every athlete, except for those that went out and did running and so forth. Other than that, the spirit was still the same. The drive, the passion, the energy was still the same. But yes, you can see, I mean, if you're asking me to be very objective, you can see that there was a little bit of a drop. And whereas a volleyball team that played only 4 or 5 games, and now they're in the middle of their season, whereas usually it's a month of training and then 4 or 5 games and they're in the middle of the season, you know. But so it's a little bit different. But again, they were out there doing the same type of attitude. So it looks, if you weren't observing it from previously, you would not know the difference.
Excellent, because I mean, I know you can just see it on the kids' faces, and yeah, maybe their vertical jump maybe lost maybe an inch or so, just you know, not being able to train, but the smiles on their faces, I mean, you can't fake that.
Yeah, definitely. It was a lot of fun. Coaches too enjoyed it. Yep. And I know parents, I mean, my hearts go out to the parents, especially the senior parents who really just wanted to be there. But, you know, it just showed the true love and support that parents had for their athletes, because they knew that they had to support the guidelines in order for those games to continue. They didn't want games to get shut down. So, man, kudos to all our parents who were just really out there wanting to be inside, but watched on I saw it just the other day, 2 parents, as I was walking into a volleyball game, out in their car, waiting for their son to finish their game, holding their phones up, both of them watching on their own and just cheering. And it was something to see, really. It's different. And, it kind of warms your heart to know that they're
Now, that's a good point, Al, because what has been, as far as participation, and we know that, the restrictions that that the governor's guidance have been well established, and they say, I believe it's a one guest per participant, right? And no more than 50, like at these events. How have the crowds been, and how is their adherence to the guidelines been? Anybody get out of control, or because I mean, it's really easy when you're so hype and you're watching your kid play and everything like that, but have people really had their own self-discipline?
Oh yeah, they have. Parents are very good about it. I've never seen a parent really argue or say anything. I was at a softball game the other day at Tizen, and I saw the athletic director walk over to some parents that were the bleachers, who just happened to come in and thought that was okay, and they sat down and he said, "Oh, you guys, we don't have parents here right now. It hasn't been approved." And they just got up and they walked over further away, and they watched from further away. No arguments, no nothing at all. Of course, some are going to try to get in and some are going to try to, but again, there's no pushback when they're told, "Oh, you guys are going to have to," because I know that they know that their son or their daughter is out there, and they want to make sure that they continue to play. So they follow the guidelines as
good job,
stated.
parents.
And the best part, really, it's all those other people that are there that have to turn people away, and everyone's handling it very amicably.
Good.
And
certainly, I mean, we've talked to some members of clergy, and they say they face the same thing, like when they have mass or they have religious services. It's heartbreaking. We have to tell Tunuan and Tan Mary that they can't come inside because we're already packed. But for the most part, they understand.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So my next question is probably for me the most obvious, and probably for you the most challenging, and everything is with respect to sports competitions. Where do we go from here? What's next?
Well, we're hoping to have everything opened up, and we're hearing that in May that there's going to be more things opened up, and we're on my way out. My transition team consists of Marvin Linder, who's from Southern High. He's going to be the acting ESA League director until we hire a full-time person for the position. Deputy Joseph Sanchez, as well as the superintendent John Fernandez. We have Kevin Taitagui here in downtown, who's handling some of the paperwork. So we have a good team, including Marty Boudreau, who's assisting Marvin with the operations of the league. So closing out, we want to close out this season. We'll make sure everything's successful. We have a huge list of sports that we're doing for ESA. And then we're going to have a contingency plan for next year. We're going to plan full steam ahead, middle school sports, high school sports, everything as is, as normal, with the possibility of having to deal with the guidelines should they continue.
And I'm loving the fact that, Al, you're throwing out, basically like a who's who name of, the people that are involved in youth athletics here, showing that this really is, and fittingly so. I mean, it is a team event. It's going to take everybody who works in, hosting sports events, officiating, setting the schedule, enforcing the rules and everything like that. If we want to do this right and make sure that we can continue to do this, it's going to take all hands on deck. And it seems like that's the way it's been so far.
Yeah, actually, from the way beginning, it's been teamwork. It's been, may have been a rough road at the beginning. There was a little bit of misunderstandings, people not knowing that we can still compete with each other, thinking that the separation had to deal with separating competition. But so it was a lot of just really informing people, letting them know what we're all about and what we're going to do and all those plans. And a lot of it had to do with buy-in from the athletic directors and the support from the board. And of course, the governor's office and DPHSS communicating with us saying, hey, this is what you can do and all that stuff, and continuing on the line. So it was really good to finish that block 1 schedule and move on to this block 2. It was a lot of very, very gratifying, especially during these times.
All right. Well, congratulations to you and all your colleagues and your team for just like pulling off what a lot of people, wanted, obviously, and there was a huge demand for it. But the fact that you guys have pulled it off, as successfully as you have, is to be commended. So congratulations to all you guys.
Thanks. And you know what? I gotta give a shout out to the media, because you guys really helped a lot of this, get the word out once we started sports. And you really showed a lot of support for the student athletes, which always came first. You showed that concern for them from the beginning. And on my way out, I really would like to say you guys really helped with the process. I truly appreciate it. God bless you.
Well, thanks a lot. I mean, truly, we've got the easy part. But, you mentioned, Al, like a few moments ago, you said your transition and everything. And like there is a new opportunity that you are pursuing, and you continue to serve the island in an educational capacity. So tell us about where you're going next.
Well, I'm very excited to work over at the Guam Community College. I'll be working under TSS, under Dr. Michael Chan, and of course, Dr. Okada over there. I look forward to a new era for GCC, trying to help them with their online LMS and improving their systems that they've already gotten done, and they're really doing a great job over there. So it's just really me trying to fill my role in there and try and see what I can do to help GCC continue to grow and produce.
Yeah, and you do have a background. You've got a graduate degree in educational technology, and GCC's always been known, obviously for the vocational technical side of it, but they've also had a lot of very hands-on specializations and everything like that. So what do you bring to the table as far as your background in saying there are newer systems and everything's moving to the cloud, and we don't have to have the costly or the very advanced systems that we may have had to have in the past. We can have everything online systems and whatnot, and doing everything like right here at home.
Well, fortunately, a lot of people, I'm glad you mentioned that. I do have my master's is in integrating technology into the classroom, and I do have instructional design experience and certification for that. So that's what actually I'm going to be going into at GCC. And one of the things that was fortunate, I believe, even though it was unfortunate, but it pushed Guam into a new era of education, which is online education. And it's a disruptive education, which means that it's going to be met at first, which we all experienced in the beginning, with a little bit of pushback. Oh, how do we do this? How do we do that? But we were forced to actually push that bar there and raise the bar in a sense. And so basically GCC is going to be one of the educational institutions that's going to really take online education to another level. And I really look forward to helping professors and the entire school transition into that and making it comfortable and a great learning experience for everybody.
And certainly, in your role as ISA's administrator, this isn't just a job that you can say, okay, well, Al's out at 5 o'clock on a Friday, and the new guy or girl starts on a Monday. The transition is substantial, and there's a lot of moving parts and everything. And as long as I've known you, you're not just someone who would say, okay, next person come in and you're taking over. How much hands-on experience or hands-on involvement, I should say, have you had with that transition, and has your successor been officially named?
No. There are a couple of people that put in their names in the hat that are really interested in taking over the ISA league director position. And there is a transitional report. We've actually had a couple of meetings already. Our incoming acting league coordinator, I didn't mention that yet, is Marvin Linder from Southern High. And again, he's going to be assisted with Kevin Tidegui from downtown. Some other exciting stuff include our middle school coordinator. We're going to be naming a new middle school coordinator this coming year too, to help organize. And ISA, which was originally high school sports, now will be combining with middle school sports too, and helping run the middle school sports too. So the transition actually spurred a lot of new ideas coming up. And my next successor is going to have a lot of cool, creative stuff to work with when they come in.
You're not only a teacher of technology. I know you're also a student of history. Again, as long as I've known you, you've always tried to take a perspective of looking back and incorporating knowledge and everything like that. So, what has the last year meant for you in particular as an educator, and what have you learned?
Well, being here in downtown, it really just showed the resilience of what Guam is all about. I guess I was involved in two very transitional things on Guam, which is the ISA League, transitioning from one combined league into a different league. And then I was also with my part of my job also is I was a part-time federal programs division. That's where I was originally hired for under CNI. And I'm in the project classroom supports and academic interventions under Josh Blas. And so that's my other hat that I wear. And it's really taught resilience, because when we shut down the schools, not only was sports shut down, education for a while was at a standstill, and GDOE had to rise to the challenge. And we put together a website with educational resources for our students. We put together PBS under Ernesto Ochoco to shoot out videos for the kids. And then we found different models of learning for our kids to actually get out there and find some type of education to close out the year. So what I've learned is the resilience of our entire island, the leadership of our board and our superintendent, where they really had their eyes forward and knowing what we needed to do, rather than sit down and saying what's going on, what happened. We really there were so many countless meetings that organized everything to make sure that we're taking the right steps. It may have been a slow start, but I think now we definitely have a good vision of what we want to do as far as GDOE. And again, GCC and UOG, all our educational institutions are all kind of like in on that same page. So as an educator, again, that's that word resilience showed for what Guam could do. I think we're ahead of the curve for some other islands. And I'm very proud of what Guam has done so far.
All right. When I heard, you got the position and everything like that, I immediately thought, I was like, they picked the right man for the job. And, you've done a very honorable and very honest job in that position. And we wish you the very best in your future endeavors. I'm going to leave you now with asking you one final question, right? Because you've worked on and off as a member of the media covering sports, right? You wrote wonderfully for the PDN for so many years. I'm going to ask you to put on your reporter hat just one more time. And in the high school sports that we've been fortunate to have to this point, since the pandemic started, what would be some of the stories as a storyteller that you would write about? And what are some of the high points that you'd say these should be memorialized and reported?
Wow, that's a really tough one. There's so many different things. Probably one of the cool things is the fact that although the two leagues are separated, that they're both operating well. And there's a chance for them to continue to work together. I think it's important to note that we do actually even have a private school in our ISA League. Guam Adventist Academy joined our ISA League. So they looked over and they said, okay, we want to try the ISA League. And so they're doing.
What is GAA's mascot, by the way? I knew at one point. But...
They're the Angels.
Oh, that's right. The Angels. Yes. Yeah, that's right. I even remember for a little while, Guam had the Gators for remember that? For a very brief moment.
Yep. That's a cool story. Probably another cool thing too that I think sports-wise would be just all the different opportunities that are coming up this coming year that was put in place as I started working. That includes something that you guys will see soon. We're trying to get all our high school interscholastic coaches, head coaches certified. They're all going to get what I believe is AIC, accredited interscholastic certification under a program funded here at GDOE. And that includes I know there's Office of Catholic Education are going to get that. So their coaches, St. John's, I know they had some coaches on the list, and GAA. So these guys are going to get certified, which will be something that they can take with them. That's something that I don't know if it's offered in the last 2 decades. We're getting there's a lot of action going on behind the scenes that you guys are going to see. And probably the biggest thing would be that collaboration with GNOC, where we had the medical experts come in and talk to our kids, talk to our coaches. And you'd be surprised how much we assumed that our coaches knew, that these experts taught them, about sports training and so forth. And that really just goes to show the growth that we're planning. And again, it's going to affect both leagues. We feel that it's one island, and we want to make sure that all our student athletes are affected by this positively.
All right.
That's it.
Well, again, congratulations. And, you've done a hell of a lot of work over the last, 14 months and change and everything like that. But knowing you, I know for you, it's never been a job. I mean, this is your passion. This is what you've been doing anyway. So, on behalf of our community and everything like that, thank you for everything that you've done to keep sports going.
Thanks, Chase. Thanks, Chris. We really amen to all of that. And I hope that it continues on. I look forward and I have very much confidence in everybody out there. Thank you.
All right, Matt. Well, and best of luck over at GCC. We'll catch up with you then.
Appreciate it. God bless you.
All right, so we are going to take a quick break, and you know what? The food is here. Speaking of GCC, Al's new employer, our friends at the Guam Community College Culinary Academy dropped off some of their Taste of Thailand, so we will be giving you a shot of that as we wrap up the link right after these messages.
Right. Actually, we're going to jump into Burger King's Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King. Happy 32nd anniversary to the King, the Burger King. Put on your BK crown and let's celebrate. Burger King celebrating 32 thanks to you.
Local Music Mashup is brought to you by Burger King. Be your way.
Half a day and we are back. It's Local Music Mashup being brought to you by Burger King. Let's get to our next performance. This one is by Guam singer-songwriter I'm Ray John. Check it out.
I already know you're hurting. Already know you need to go. You're saying that you wait down. Saying you just hate some show. I don't know what I'm here for or what I'm left to do. I've been stuck in your same box just to be here for you. You just wanna stay home, be alone. You won't answer no calls unless you see him on your phone. You say that nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares. But wait, I'm always there. I'm always there. I'm always there. When nobody cares. But wait, I'm always there. So why you so caught up in a man who has problems with everything you do? So why you keep calling him? You talking, but he don't hear none of it. At the end of the day, you're calling me over at 2 a.m. to deal with it. But see, I love you in both ways. A best friend, but say the word we the first day, and yours around my place. I need you in my space. You just need someone who's gonna love you the right ways. See, that might be me. Neither of us gonna admit it's all we tryna be. People tell us we don't listen, so we'll never see. We'll just never know. Whoa, whoa. And that might be me. Neither of us gonna admit it, what we tryna be. People tell us we don't listen, so we'll never see. Yeah, we'll just never know. Whoa, whoa. You just wanna stay home, be alone. You won't answer no calls unless it's him on your phone. You say that nobody cares, nobody cares, yeah. Nobody cares, but I'm always there. Yeah, I'm always there. 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 When nobody cares. When nobody cares. Gonna care. Gonna care.
Proud to present Cover Me right here on the link with Ray John there. Good morning, Jay.
Good morning.
I just again, I don't want you to make a big deal out of it, but I just been noticing that since Sabrina's been gone, I mean, you always work hard, but you've really been working harder. And I just wanted to reward you by treating you to free lunch from GCC.
Oh, thank you. And you know that Thai food is actually one of my faves.
And that's what I realized. I was like, let me.
The
give
timing
back.
actually lines up perfectly
Right,
too.
Yeah, paying it forward. So let's do it. Our big reveal here to close out the show.
The unboxing. Ready?
Yep.
All right.
It's Thai lunch GCC, $10. You go over to GCC, the multi-purpose center. Look at that. Oh man.
I am actually speechless. The nuns in 5th grade would be having a ball right now.
Yeah, you're breathing heavy though.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the Thai lunch. This is chicken satay. There, Joser's gotten a beautiful shot of that. Penang pork curry. You see that on the skewer.
Oh yeah, I see it.
It is just bathing in that curry. The
Just taking
spices.
a bath, snorkeling in that curry.
Then of course we have the steamed rice, and by the looks of it, I think those things that might be steamed jasmine rice.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then vegetable pad thai in the bottom.
All right.
And
Dessert, Joe. Come on, we got a minute. We got a minute, guys. Oh. Don't break a nail, Jay.
Yeah.
Boom. What?
Kind of
What?
hard to do with one hand, but there
What?
we go. Okay, so that is mango cake with mango culus, mango chunks.
Coulis.
So you're getting.
Mango coulis.
Oh, thank you, coulis. Mango chunks, I can pronounce that properly. So
Yeah.
you're getting triple mango and toasted coconut.
Boom. GCC Culinary Academy, thank you for
And that is
allowing
a
me.
big piece of cake. That's a 2-layer cake. And
That's
you've
because
got-
you make this job seem like a piece of cake, Jay.
and then you've got the mango coulis, the mango chunks,
Yep.
and the toasted coconut on another layer in the middle. So that's a 3-inch thick cake.
Winning.
I'm eating the dessert first.
Right on. Hey, for
Don't
Joe,
judge me.
for Joe, sir, Jason Salas, Master Control. Remember, we got your 6 with our KUM News primetime broadcast. This has been another one. Another one. Another episode of The Link. Until tomorrow, Friday, woohoo! Guasi Chris, Estan.
Happy Thursday, everybody.
Adios.